Good afternoon. Thank you for joining the December Economic Development and Industrial Corporation of Boston Board meeting. At this time, the Boston Planning and Development Agency is continuing to host public meetings in a virtual setting for the health, safety, and accessibility of Boston residents. For more information and updates, visit bostonplans.org. The Oakland Public Meeting Law requires that I notify the public that this meeting is being recorded. Please be aware that an audio and visual recording of this meeting is being made and broadcast by Boston City TV, which is part of the City of Boston Office of Cable Communications at Xfinity Channel 24, RCN Channel 13, and Verizon Fios Channel 962, and live streamed at www.boston.gov/cable. At this time, taking a roll call. I, Michael Monahan, present. Ms. Downs?
Present.
Dr. Landsmark?
Present.
Mr. Miller?
Present.
Great. Request authorization for the approval of the minutes of the November 16, 2021 meeting. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor? Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
I vote as well. The motion carries. Request authorization to amend the ground lease agreement with Parcel A Development Leasee, LLC, for restructured rent payments for the property located at 660 Summer Street within the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park. Anthony?
Mr. Chair, I'm going to recuse myself from this vote.
Okay, for the record, Ms. Downs is recusing herself.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman Monahan, Director Golden, and members of the board. Parcel A Development Lessee LLC and the BPDA are parties to a ground lease agreement for use of an approximately 350,000 square foot hotel located on Parcel A with an address of 660 Summer Street within the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park in South Boston. The lease agreement is for a 99-year term and was entered into on August 31st, 2017. Construction of the hotel commenced in May of 2018 and the tenant began operating in April 2021. In accordance with the ground lease, the tenant became obligated to pay full fixed rent effective August 31st, 2021 at the rate of $1.5 million per year or $129,000 per month. Despite some positive trends and hopeful optimism with regards to the containment of COVID-19 and general economic recovery, local hotel and hospitality businesses continue to suffer considerable economic losses due to COVID-19. With revenue per available room at the prevailing depressed levels and the continuing uncertainty regarding future growth, the tenant has demonstrated the need for additional liquidity to manage through the pandemic. The tenant is requesting the option to defer payment of fixed rent for up to 18 months, commencing January 2022 through June 2023, not to exceed $2.3 million in total. The tenant has agreed to pay interest on any deferred rent at the rate of 6% per annum. Beginning July 2023, any outstanding deferred fixed rent and accrued interest shall be repaid to BPDA in equal monthly installments over a 36-month period at 6% interest. All deferred rent and accrued interest authorized through today's board action will be paid in full by June 2026. That concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions of the board? Seeing and hearing none, what's the pleasure of the board?
So moved. Second.
Motion made and seconded. For a roll call, Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Brian Miller?
Aye.
Aye. The chair, Mr. Monahan, vote aye. The motion carries.
Thank you.
Request authorization to extend the lease agreement with the Kerwin Group, Inc. for the use of suite number 101 at 12 Channel Street within the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Industrial Park. Ms. O'Flaherty?
Thank you, Mr. Monahan, members of the board. Kerwin is an existing tenant at 12 Channel Street, Suite 101, and is a distributor of commercial office furniture and equipment. In March 2016, the BPDA Board of Directors approved a 5-year lease with a single 5-year option for Suite 101. The lease commenced on April 1st, 2017, and will expire on March 31st, 2022. Kerwin currently pays $22.80 per square foot or $1,633.87 per month in fixed rent. BPDA staff recently conducted a market analysis and determined that the fair market value for Suite 101 is $27.50 per square foot. Beginning April 1st, 2022, Kerwin will pay fixed rent in the amount of $1,969 per month. For the 5-year extension, Kerwin will pay a total of $126,708 in fixed rent. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions of the board? Hearing and seeing none, what's the pleasure of the board?
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Roll call, Ms. Downs?
Aye.
I vote affirmative with the motion. Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
Motion carries. Number 4, request authorization to extend a license agreement with the Kerman Group, Inc. for the use of cage B17 in the basement of 12 Channel Street within the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Industrial Park. Ms. O'Flaherty?
Thank you. As I just said, Kerwin is an existing tenant at 12 Channel Street. In September 2016, the BPDA Board of Directors approved a license for cage B17. The license commenced on March 1st, 2017, and will expire on February 28, 2022. Kerwin pays $742.50 monthly, or $8,910 annually. This will be a 5-year license commencing on March 1st, 2022, and expiring on February 28, 2027. Kerwin will pay $742.50 monthly. Over the 5-year term, Kerwin will pay a total of $44,550. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions of the board? Hearing and seeing none, what's the pleasure of the board?
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor by roll call, Ms. Downs?
Aye.
I vote with the motion affirmative. Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
Motion carries. Number 5, request authorization to extend the license agreement with Mass Bay Brewing Company, Inc. for the continued temporary change in use of parcel S-3 to operate as an outdoor hospitality space within the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Industrial Park. Ms. O'Flaherty?
Thank you. Mass Bay Brewing Company, Inc., also known as Harpoon, is located at 306 Northern Ave in the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park. Harpoon is well known for its festivals and seasonal events, which are part of the lease agreement. On March 12, 2020, the BPDA Board approved a short-term license agreement to temporarily change the permitted use of parcel S3, otherwise known as parcel C, of the Harpoon leasehold area into an outdoor hospitality space. Parcel S3 is a triangular lot measuring approximately 27,457 square feet and is located on Northern Ave, directly adjacent to the Harpoon Brewery. The term of the license expired on November 1st, 2020. In October of 2020, the BPDA Board approved a short-term extension, which expired on December 31st, 2020. On December 17th, the BPDA Board approved an extension of the license agreement, which commenced on January 1st, 2021, and will expire on December 31st, 2021. Harpoon is now requesting the license expiration date be extended for 1 year. The rent that will be collected, continue to be collected, will be at 12.5% of all gross revenue from activities on parcel S3. And gross revenue will include, but is not limited to, the sale of outdoor hospitality space entrance tickets, merchandise, beverage sales, concessional sales, rental fees, and fees collected from outside vendors. Since the festivals and seasonal events are part of the lease agreement with Harpoon, Harpoon will be allowed to temporarily close the hospitality space and include parcel S3 as part of the festival area during each of the festival weekends. Harpoon will not be required to pay fixed rent of 12.5% of all gross revenue for each of the festival weekends. It shall pay a fee in the amount of $1,450. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions of the board? Seeing and hearing none, what's the pleasure of the board?
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor by roll call. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
I'm voting with the motion. Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
Motion carries. Number 6, request authorization to advertise and issue an invitation for bids for inspecting inspection, testing, servicing, and full preventive maintenance of heating, ventilation, and air conditioning systems within the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Industrial Park. Laura?
Thank you very much to the members of the board for the opportunity to present to you today. I'm requesting authorization to advertise and issue an invitation for bids to inspect, test, service, and maintain HVAC equipment, specifically at 12 Channel Street and 22 Dry Dock Avenue within the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park. All work will be performed in accordance with the manufacturer's recommendations for maintenance and service and will adhere to industry best practices for heating, ventilation, and air conditioning systems. We will publicly advertise the IFB pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 149, which will include affirmative marketing to small, local, and diverse businesses. The invitation for bid will include all applicable wage requirements, and the resulting contract will be awarded to the responsible and responsive bidder with the lowest total bid price. The cost is not expected to exceed $70,000 annually. Thank you for your consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Laura. Any questions of the board? Seeing and hearing none, what's the pleasure of the board?
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor by roll call, Ms. Downs?
Aye.
I'm voting with the motion. Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
Motion carries. Number 7, request authorization to advertise and issue a request for qualifications to hire a licensed design consultant to provide design services to repair the loading dock platform and roof overhang canopy located at 12 Channel Street within the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park. William?
Thank you and good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the board. I am here before you today to request authorization to advertise a request for qualifications pursuant to Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 7C, to procure a designer for the platform and canopy loading dock project at 12 Channel Street building located in the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park. 12 Channel Street is a 9-story masonry building originally constructed by the U.S. military in 1941 as a storehouse in the South Boston Naval Annex. It is currently a light industrial manufacturing building with several tenants. The building has a loading dock that wraps 3 sides of the building, each covered with a concrete awning. Both the wraparound loading dock and the concrete awning show signs of deterioration, which require repair to maintain serviceability as well as public safety. The project will include a structural evaluation to determine the needed repairs to extend the service life for another 30 years. The resulting design contract is budgeted at $185,000. Plans and specifications will be prepared in accordance with Chapter 149 of the Massachusetts General Laws. The contract will include bidding assistance, resident engineering services, as well as construction administration services. This request would be advertised following the Commonwealth's requirements for Chapter 7C, which governs procurement for design services for vertical construction. The opportunity would be posted on our website at the BPDA, bulletin boards, the Boston Herald, the state's Combi system. It would be directly marketed with disadvantaged firms and various online trade publications. The design contract will be awarded to the top-ranked designer through a qualifications-based process after being brought back to the board for approval. The subsequent construction work is currently budgeted in the $700,000 range. It is included in the current fiscal year budget and would be publicly bid in accordance with Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 149, after getting board approval. Therefore, we're requesting authorization for the Secretary to advertise and issue the request for qualifications. Thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, William. Any questions of the board? Seeing and hearing none, what's the pleasure of the board?
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor by roll call, Ms. Downs?
Aye.
I'm voting with the motion. Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
Motion carries. Number 8, request authorization to advertise and issue a request for proposals to hire a licensed design consultant to provide survey and conceptual level design services to study Fid Kennedy Avenue parcel V1 in the intersection of Northern Avenue at the Leader Bank Pavilion within the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park. William?
Thank you again. So we are looking for a conceptual design of Fid Kennedy Ave. Fid Kennedy Ave is currently and is planned to remain a trucking route which terminates at the Northern Ave Rotary. The Northern Ave Rotary is owned by Massport, and there is a plan to convert that rotary into a signalized intersection, along with potential future development by the BPDA of the B1 parking lot opposite the Leader Bank Pavilion. So we need a concept that would look at the potential realignment of Fid Kennedy Ave that would maximize the trucking efficiency, pedestrian and bicyclist safety, as well as the development potential of the B1 lot, while also maintaining access to the pavilion. It's a bit of a tall order. The design contract is budgeted at $260,000. It is included in the current FY22 capital budget. And should we advance any of the resulting concepts, plans and specifications would be prepared in accordance with Chapter 3039M of the Massachusetts General Laws. This request would be advertised following the BPDA's designer selection policy. It'll be posted on the BPDA website, bulletin boards, Boston Herald, State Combine System, direct marketing with disadvantaged firms, trade publications. The engineering contract would be awarded to the most advantageous engineer through a qualifications-based process and, of course, brought back to the board for approval. So with that, we are requesting authorization for the secretary to advertise the request for proposals.
Thank you, William. Any questions of the board? Seeing and hearing none, what's the pleasure of the board?
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor by roll call, Ms. Downs?
Aye.
I'm voting with the motion. Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
Motion carries. Number 9, request authorization to advertise and issue a request for proposals for a digital literacy needs analysis of 25 adult-based education providers. Sarah?
Advertise and issue a request for proposal that aims to generate a digital needs assessment analysis for 25 adult basic education providers. This request to authorize the RFP for digital literacy needs stems from a $2 million allocation of ARPA funds that the city designated to the Office of Workforce Development to help address the negative economic impact of the pandemic. This particular RFP is part of our agency's broader strategic effort to alleviate the digital divide in the city of Boston by increasing the capacity of workforce training providers to deliver effective digital skills and literacy programs. These strategic efforts include investing in digital infrastructure programs, supporting the integration of technology skills into core training curricula, and ensuring workforce development clients have access to the internet and devices. For this particular RFP, we seek a consultant to work with a cohort of adult basic education providers to help them identify their professional, operational, and programmatic needs to increase the effectiveness of their digital literacy programming. The grant program period is 6 months and will start on February 14th and finish in August, and the cost is not expected to exceed $100,000. Our agency is fortunate to have a robust network of ABE providers, and the results of this needs assessment will inform a second phase of the project, which will focus on assisting each program in implementing the actions and services that they identified in their needs assessment. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Sarah. Any questions of the board?
I have a question, Sarah. Is this the first time we've done this type of digital literacy needs analysis with the adult education providers?
Yes, this would be the first time where we're providing a consultant to work with each of these ABE providers and develop a needs assessment. So this would be the first grant program of its kind, and it actually stems from a broader sort of strategic analysis that our office has done, examining sort of the needs of ABE providers in Boston.
Great, excellent, thank you.
Any further questions? Hearing and seeing none, what's the pleasure of the board?
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor by roll call, Ms. Downs?
Aye.
I'm voting in favor of the motion. Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
Motion carries. Personnel, David?
Yes, thank you, members of the board. David Pia, Director of Human Resources. And for EDIC, I have 2 appointments. Kathleen Gossett, Deputy Director of Labor Compliance in the Office of Workforce Development, effective January 3rd. And Ella Wise, Planning and Development Review Coordination Manager in Planning with an effective date of January 10th. There are 5 employment service contracts. Jamal Crawford in the Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, effective December 20th. Paul Cote in the MIS GIS Office, effective December 20th. Abigail Cross in the Office of Workforce Development, effective January 1st. Andre Aquino in the Office of Workforce Development effective January 3rd, and Katiana Anglade also in the Office of Workforce Development effective January 3rd. There was one internship in the Office of Workforce Development, and that is Elizabeth Schweyer, effective December 10th. There's one status change with the details in your board packet, and there are 6 departures. Janet Pooch, Contract Administrator in Procurement, effective November 29th. Bonnie Rosario, Property Maintenance Technician in Real Estate Operations, effective November 30th. Kevin Liu, HRIS Payroll Manager in Human Resources, effective December 10th. Nicole Maeda, Payroll HR Generalist in Human Resources, effective December 10th. Lawrence Smith, Deputy Director of Youth and Human Services, effective December 10th. And Emmanuel Esquivel, Senior Energy and Infrastructure Planner, effective December 10th. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, David. Any questions of the board? Hearing and seeing none, what's the pleasure of the board?
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor by roll call, Ms. Downs?
Aye.
I'm voting in favor of the motion. Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
The motion carries. At this point, I'd like to entertain a motion to adjourn.
I move we adjourn the EDIC meeting.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor by roll call, Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Voting in favor of the motion, Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
Motion carries. The meeting is adjourned. Boston Redevelopment Authority meeting. Thank you for joining the December Boston Redevelopment Authority Board meeting. At this time, the Boston Planning and Development Agency is continuing to host public meetings in a virtual setting for the health, safety, and accessibility of Boston residents. For more information and updates, visit bostonplans.org. The open public meeting law requires that I notify the public that this meeting is being recorded. Please be aware that an audio and visual recording of this meeting is being made and broadcast by Boston City TV, which is part of the City of Boston Office of Cable Communications, at Xfinity, Channel 24, RCN, Channel 13, and Verizon Fios, Channel 962, and live streamed at www.boston.gov/cable. This time, take a roll call. I am present, Michael Monahan. Ms. Downs?
Present.
Dr. Landsmark?
Present.
And Mr. Miller?
Present.
Thank you. Number 1, request authorization for the approval of the minutes of the November 18th, 2021 meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor by roll call, Ms. Downs?
Aye.
I'm voting in favor of the motion. Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
Motion passes.
Mr. Monahan, we have Jordan Frias here from Councilor Arroyo's office. Go
Very
ahead,
good.
Jordan.
Hello, Chair, members of the board. Jordan Frias here, Councilor Ricardo Arroyo's office. Just want to thank you for taking me out of order. I just want to speak in support. The councilor wants to go on record in strong support of 1318 River Street. So I just wanted to share that with you all and get that on the record. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jordan. Number 2, request authorization to schedule a public hearing on January 13th, 2022 at 5:30 p.m. or at such time and date deemed appropriate by the director to consider the proposed development plan for Plan Development Area Number 132 for the 109 Brookline Avenue project and to consider the proposed project as a development impact project. Edward?
There's no presentation, Mr. Monahan.
Very good. Okay. Anybody have any questions regarding number 2, Brookline Avenue? Seeing and hearing none, what's the pleasure of the board?
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor by roll call. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
I'm voting in favor of the motion. Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
Motion carries. Number 3, request authorization to schedule a public hearing on January 13th, 2022 at 5:40 PM or at such time and date deemed appropriate by the director to consider the proposed Boston University Medical Center 2021-2031 institutional master plan. I do not believe there's a presentation here as well. So are there any questions? Seeing and hearing none, what's the pleasure of the board?
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor by roll call. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
I'm voting in favor of the motion. Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
Motion carries. Number 4, request authorization to schedule a public hearing on January 13th, 2022 at 5:50 PM or at such time and date deemed appropriate by the director to consider the First Amendment to the amended and restated development plan for Planned Development Area Number 1, Stewart Street. There's no presentation here as well. Are there any questions? Seeing and hearing none, what's the pleasure of the board?
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor by roll call. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
I'm voting in favor of the motion. Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
Motion carries. Number 5, request authorization to schedule a public hearing on January 13th, 2022 at 6 PM or such a time and date deemed appropriate by the director to consider the First Amendment to the development plan for Planned Development Area Number 96, Government Center Garage, and to consider the proposed project as a development impact project. There's no presentation here as well. Are there any questions of the board? Seeing and hearing none, what's the pleasure of the board?
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor by roll call. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
I'm voting in favor of the motion. Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
Motion carries. Board of Appeal, Jeff?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Tonight for you are only 19 recommendations from the Board of Appeals, only hearings between now and our next board meeting. Their next meeting is scheduled for January 11th. These 19 recommendations complete the year where the Planning Department made 694 recommendations to the Board of Appeal. So I'd like to commend them on their work. They really worked hard this entire season with a lot of uncertainty. But there are 19 for your approval tonight. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions of the board? Seeing and hearing none, what's the pleasure of the board?
So moved, and thank you, Jeff and team.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor by roll call. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
I vote in favor of the motion. Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Happy holidays.
Thanks, Jeff. Take care. Number 7, request authorization to adopt a text amendment to Article 65, Dorchester Neighborhood District, and a map amendment to map 5A/5B, Dorchester Neighborhood Zoning District, with respect to the establishment of a Columbia Morrissey Community Commercial Zoning Subdistrict in which planned development areas are permitted. Ted?
Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the board. At this time, within the Dorchester Neighborhood Zoning District, planned development areas, PDAs, are only allowed in the South Bay Community Commercial District and the Apple Grove Conservation Protection Subdistrict. This geography, of course, excludes Columbia Point. Going back to 2011, the board adopted the Columbia Point Master Plan as the framework for improvements and development on Columbia Point. To realize the planning goals of this document and other subsequent plans, staff recommend that complex multi-phase development proposals be allowed to use the PDA regulatory review mechanism. The first development proposal in this geography is a Dorchester Bay City development proposal, which is centered on the location of the former Bayside Expo Center, and we expect that there'll be other large complex development proposals proposed for this geography as well. My colleagues in development review have been running an ongoing series of public meetings associated with that specific proposal. And in addition, on November 10th, planning staff hosted a public meeting focused on the scoping determination for the Bay City proposal to make that scoping document and its findings more accessible to stakeholders who wanted to learn more about how planning tools and planning goals are guiding the review of that proposal. Subsequently, on November 15th, I hosted a public meeting about the proposed zoning amendments before you, and I spoke to the members of the public about how planned development areas can be used to achieve planning goals in the review of large development proposals. So to effectuate this change of being able to use PDAs in this geography, what we are proposing to petition the Zoning Commission is to first name this sub-district that right now is a generic community commercial district, to give it a name of the Columbia-Morrissey Community Commercial Subdistrict, and then amend the text as well to refer back to that sub-district as a place where PDAs are allowed to be proposed. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Ted. Are there any questions of the board?
I'm just curious as to what the community's response has been to this planning process.
This is largely centered on plans that have already been accepted. So for one, the Columbia Point Master Plan, and also Climate Ready Boston for Dorchester. I think those plans have been well received. And now it was a question of capacity building to help stakeholders understand that just going to Board of Appeal is not a really useful tool for achieving these planning goals through multi-phase development. And I think once the stakeholders realized that this proposed text and zoning amendment was not actually for a PDA itself, wasn't for the Bay City proposal, but it was allowed to allow developers to propose PDAs that would then be subject to subsequent review processes. I think that went over well. People understood it, and I think they realized why it makes a lot of sense to allow PDAs to be proposed in this geography.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions of the board?
Ted, were there any kind of general issues for this area that came up out of your public meetings?
Absolutely. Well, I think that the Columbia Point Master Plan is a great planning document, but one thing is that it neglected to address climate resilience. And for one, there's a major seawater infiltration point that is right in the study area for the Bay City proposal. And so that's a big issue. And then the larger issue also is Morrissey Boulevard itself and this adjacent JFK T-stop that the city has been collaborating with the state on a major transportation review process. And that one of the reasons the PDA tool is important is we want to calibrate the provision of infrastructure to coincide with development phases, and that development phases can only go ahead as the infrastructure on Morrissey Boulevard and at the T station itself is built to support that development. And same for climate resilience, about building out a berm that can protect Columbia Point and especially the adjacent neighborhoods that would flood would be at this infiltration point on the Bayside site. So I think people took a little while to learn why that is best laid out in a PDA master plan rather than a Board of Appeal decision. But I think eventually it was realized that this is the right zoning tool. I think that seemed to be the consensus in the room when I held these zoning meetings.
And a follow-up question on how does the timing work in terms of big developments that are coming down the pipeline and these concerns about transportation infrastructure and the berm being built first? Can you talk about that?
I think that's
how things are going to play out.
That's the number one thing we've heard from stakeholders is that especially on the transportation side of things, that Morrissey Boulevard is a barrier between Columbia Point and the transit that serves it, and the T station itself is being studied by the Transportation Department for improvements, and that I would say that the Bayside site is an excellent TOD site. but you have to have access to that transit. And so this development proposal is predicated on the transit, and the state, through MassDOT and DCR, who owns that transportation infrastructure, are looking to improve it in a way that then ultimately serves its adjacent. So the Bayside site is owned by UMass. So the state is serving essentially to improve the infrastructure that serves its own land, so that in turn development can happen on it. And so we're using as a model actually the Suffolk Downs PDA, where incremental phases of development are tied to transportation capacity milestones, and then also realizing the climate resilience milestones. And that's something that can't be done in a Board of Appeal document. So that's where this is coming from. And so in subsequent months, my colleagues from Development Review will be before you with the actual Bay City proposal. But first, we wanted to lay the groundwork to allow PDAs to be proposed, because historically it was set up that they could only be proposed in those two other parts of Dorchester.
Great, thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing and hearing none, what's the pleasure of the board?
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor by roll call. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
I'm in favor of the motion. Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
Motion carries. Number 8, request authorization to advertise and issue a request for qualifications to solicit qualifications for the design of masonry repairs for the China Trade Center located at 2 Boylston Street, Boston. William?
Thank you, and a good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the board. We are requesting authorization to advertise and issue a request for qualifications pursuant to Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 7C. We're looking for a designer for the exterior masonry repairs project at the China Trade Building located in downtown Boston. The China Trade Building is a 6-story building. It was constructed in 1887. It has a masonry exterior comprised of both stone and brick. In 2007, we did a repair and repointing of a majority of the exterior, about 80%, but the remaining 20% of the southwest corner is due for capital maintenance, including some repointing and some masonry repair. This design contract is budgeted at $35,000. It would include an assessment of the existing conditions to determine a complete repair scope. Plans and specifications would be prepared in accordance with Chapter 149 of the Massachusetts General Laws. The contract would also include bidding assistance, resident engineering services, and construction administration. This request would be advertised following the state's requirements under Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 7C, which governs procurement for design services for vertical construction. The opportunity would be posted on the BPDA website, bulletin boards, Boston Herald, state combine system, as well as being directly marketed with disadvantaged firms and various online trade publications consistent with the agency's designer selection policy. The design contract would be awarded to the top-ranked designer through a qualifications-based process after being brought back to the board, of course, for approval. The subsequent construction improvements, the work itself is currently budgeted in the $250,000 range. It is also in the current fiscal year budget and would be bid in accordance with Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 149, after being brought back to the board for approval. So with that, we are requesting authorization for the secretary to advertise and issue the request for qualifications.
Thank you, William. Any questions of the board? Hearing and seeing none, what's the pleasure of the board?
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor by roll call. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
I vote with the motion. Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
Motion carries. Number 9, request authorization to advertise and issue a request for qualifications for design services to complete window improvements at the China Trade Center located at 2 Boylston Street. William?
Thank you again. This is the same property and the same regulatory process and also the exterior of the building, but this time we want to look at the exterior windows. We've decoupled this from the exterior masonry. The interior of all of the building's windows have been repaired, brought up to current standards within the past 6 years, but the exterior of the windows are in need of some restoration and repair, specifically including painting, caulking, and some glazing. The work is currently subject to existing permits from the Boston Landmarks Commission. This design contract is budgeted at $62,500. It would include first an assessment of the existing conditions to determine exactly what ought to be done, Plans and specifications would be prepared in accordance with Chapter 149. This would be advertised similar to my previous presentation. The subsequent construction work itself is budgeted in the $350,000 range. That would be subject to Chapter 149 and, of course, brought back to the board prior to advertising. So with that, we are requesting authorization for the secretary to advertise the request for qualifications. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, William. Any questions? Seeing and hearing none, what's the pleasure of the board?
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor by roll call. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
I vote with the motion. Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
Motion carries. Number 10, request authorization to advertise and issue a request for proposals to procure a professional engineering firm for the design of seawall improvements for the east end of Long Wharf and the central downtown Wharf District. William?
Thank you again. Long Wharf is a granite block seawall. It's 170 years old, and it's gone through several reinforcements over the past decade or so. The most recent was completed early this year, 2021, along the south face, adjacent to the location of this particular project. The project we're talking about would involve continuation of the previous stabilization work. Previously, on the south face, we installed an underwater concrete buttress to stabilize the granite block seawall. This work would repeat that around the corner of the east face, as well as stabilize some of the displaced granite blocks that we've been seeing out there. This work would be subject to permits from the Army Corps of Engineers. The resulting design contract is budgeted at $460,000. It's extensive work and an extensive permitting process. Plans and specifications would be prepared in accordance with Chapter 3039M of the Massachusetts General Laws. The contract would include permitting, bidding assistance, resident engineering services, and as well as construction administration. This request for proposals would be advertised following the BPDA's designer selection policy. It would be posted on the BPDA website, bulletin boards, Boston Herald, Combine system, direct marketing with disadvantaged firms, as well as engaging online trade publications. The engineering contract would be awarded to the highest ranked engineer through a qualifications-based process after being brought back to the board for approval. The subsequent work, the actual construction work, is currently budgeted in the $1.6 million range. It's in the current fiscal year 22 capital budget. That work, after getting board approval, would be put out to bid following Chapter 3039M. So with that, I'd be requesting authorization for the secretary to advertise and issue the request for proposals for this work.
Thank you, William. Any questions of the board? Seeing and hearing none, it's the pleasure of the board.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor by roll call. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
I'm voting with the motion. Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
Motion carries. Number 11, request authorization to advertise and issue a request for proposals to hire a licensed design consultant to provide design drawings and construction administration services for the Chelsea Street Historic Fence Rehabilitation Project in the Charlestown Navy Yard. William?
Thank you again. So this is the Chelsea Street fence along the perimeter of the Navy Yard along Chelsea Street. It runs about 1,500 feet. It is constructed of iron panels supported by intermediate masonry columns. Both the iron fencing as well as the masonry columns are in need of repair. They are deteriorating, and we need to restore them to prevent further failure and potential loss. This design contract is budgeted at $75,000. Plans and specifications would be prepared in accordance with Chapter 3039M of the Massachusetts General Laws. The contract would include permitting, bidding assistance, resident engineering services, and construction administration. It would include some specific services relative to the historic nature of the fence. The request for proposal would be advertised following the BPDA's designer selection policy. The opportunity to be posted on the BPDA website, bulletin boards, Boston Herald, State's Combine system, directly marketed with disadvantaged firms, trade publications, and the engineering contract would be awarded to the top-ranked engineer through qualifications-based process. The subsequent construction work is budgeted in the $575,000 range. It is included in the current fiscal year 22 capital budget, and the work would be publicly bid in accordance with Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 3039M, after obtaining board approval first. With that, we are requesting authorization for the secretary to advertise and issue this request for proposals to get an engineer on board. Happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, William. Any questions of the board?
What makes this fence historic?
It is in the historic monument area of the Charlestown Navy Yard. So the overall general area has some special requirements given the significance of the Navy Yard dating back to, I believe, the 1700s is when it started. A lot of the buildings that were constructed were in the mid 1800s. It's a bit of a rare piece of fencing, given that it's military in nature. So it's originally designed to keep people out. So because of that, you don't see a lot of it. It's cast iron fencing in between masonry columns. It's just not your typical fencing that you would see.
Thank you.
Yep.
Are there any further questions? Hearing and seeing none, what's the pleasure of the board?
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor by roll call, Ms. Downs?
Aye.
I vote in favor of the motion. Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
Motion carries. Number 12. Thank you, William. Request authorization to amend the license agreement with the Courageous Sailing Center of Boston, Inc., a youth sailing program to permit the continued use of a portion of BPDA-owned land located at Pier 4 in the Charlestown Navy Yard. Anthony?
Thank you again, Mr. Vice Chair and members of the board. Courageous Sailing Center of Boston, Inc., CSC, has been a tenant on Pier 4 in Charlestown Navy Yard for almost 20 years. CSC is a 501c3 corporation established in 1987 and provides free and low-cost opportunities to Boston youth to learn to sail, participate in educational, maritime, and environmental programming, and obtain job skills development and leadership training. In addition to operating at Pier 4, CSC offers programming at Jamaica Pond and UMass Boston locations. In all, CSC programs serve over 1,000 youth a year between the ages of 8 and 18. The BPDA, along with the National Park Service, is contemplating the future of Pier 4 to determine the best path forward to facilitate needed infrastructure improvements. CSC has and continues to work cooperatively with BPDA planners and NPS to develop a plan that considers the long-term success and use of Pier 4. The current license with CSC is scheduled to expire 12/31/2021. So staff proposed an amendment to the current agreement to extend the license for an additional 3 years and to provide 2 one-year option terms. The proposed amendment will allow CSC to continue to offer the valuable services to Boston youth while these planning efforts continue. All other terms and conditions of the existing license shall remain in effect, including the extension of the licensee's insurance to cover BPDA, and no fee is proposed due to the public service nature of the licensed use. Thank you for your consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Anthony. Are there any questions of the board? Seeing and hearing none, what's the pleasure of the board?
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor by roll call, Ms. Downs?
Aye.
I vote in favor of the motion. Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
Motion carries. Number 13, request authorization to amend the ground lease with the CVPA Chain Forge LLC, tenant and redevelopment of building number 105, also known as the Chain Forge Building, to extend permitting and financing deadlines as set forth in the ground lease. Located on a portion of parcel NY-1 in the historic monument area of the Charlestown Navy Yard, within the Charlestown Urban Renewable Area, project number Mass R-55. Dennis?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In December 2017, BPDA and CVPA Chain Forge executed a ground lease for the development of the Chain Forge building into a 230-room hotel. Under the terms and conditions of the lease, the tenant would be in default of the lease in the event that they did not obtain both building permits and financing by a date certain. This board is graciously authorized to extend the tentative designation and the time to close on financing and building permits several times since 2018, most recently in February of 2021. In February 2021, the board authorized an extension of the time to execute the building permits and financing to December 31st of this year, 2021. The developer has agreed to pay a substantial fee each time the designation is extended, so these requests have not been made lightly. In February, I represented to the board that the developer was in the final stages of negotiation with 2 investors to utilize the Federal Opportunity Zone program as a mechanism to entice equity participation. However, due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the capital markets are in flux, and the hotel industry in particular has been seriously impacted. Capital markets continue to remain cautious. Equity investors and lenders are cautiously refraining from considering new loans until the crisis subsides and new underwriting models are finalized. In short, both equity and financing for new hotel construction is extremely difficult to obtain in the current lending environment. I'm requesting permission today to extend the deadlines for financing and building permits to December 30th of 2022. The developer has agreed to pay an additional $1 million as a condition of the deadline extension. Since the first extension request in June of 2018, the developers agreed to pay over $2.5 million in extension fees to secure continued secure site control. Today's request will be in addition to that $2.5 million. To date, $933,000 has been paid to BPDA of the $2.5 million, and the developer has agreed to pay an additional monthly payment in excess of $73,000 per month until the remaining balance of $1.6 million is paid off, on top of the contract rent for the lease. During the extension period, the developer will also pursue its due diligence regarding a change in the proposed use from hotel to either research and development or to multifamily residential, while hotel financing continues to be sought. I'm not asking for authorization to change the development project today, only the extension period to allow CD Properties to continue to pursue financing. However, I did want to disclose that the change in use is being contemplated. In addition to the fees applied to previous extensions, the developer has expended approximately $1.3 million in environmental remediation, permitting, and legal expenses. Developer has also expended over $250,000 in disposition of the surplus equipment and building security measures. The financial impact of today's requested extension will result in payment of an additional $83,333 per month in calendar year 2022, for a combined monthly payment of $163,833 per month, which represents an increase of over $156,000 per month since the lease was originally signed. I draw attention to this only to show that the developer is not taking these extension requests lightly, nor is BPDA staff. As an additional commitment of good faith, the developer will immediately work to improve and upgrade the existing security fencing to allow pedestrian travel safely along adjacent sidewalks, to upgrade the existing wooden window coverings, and invite local artists to create temporary murals. They're also proposing to install interpretive murals along the perimeter to educate passersby regarding the historic significance of the Change Forge building. They are also prepared to reopen the 2nd Avenue pedestrian walkway with landscaping and furniture. 2nd Avenue, there's building 33 on one side, the Change Forge on the other. Right now, it's not all that accessible because of construction, et cetera. So that will be opened up for pedestrians to enjoy as the weather warms up. And they will also continue to police the site for weeds and trash at least once per week. That said, I'm respectfully requesting that the tentative designation be extended to December 30th, 2022 on the terms just discussed. Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis. Any questions of the board?
You know, it's really been a long haul for this developer, and from the time they came to us initially with a proposal, which, if I remember correctly, also includes preserving some museum quality artifacts within the space. We've shown, I think, good flexibility, and now they're facing a number of conditions that certainly could not have been anticipated throughout this process. And I would just urge us to continue to show the kind of flexibility that we've shown up to now. These folks have taken big risks in moving forward with this, and you know, if it had been a biotech building or a lab space from the building, I'm sure, from the beginning, I'm sure it would have been financed by now. But it's really not that kind of building. And I do think that we need to support this and continue to show flexibility towards this developer because of what they've put into it and the way we've really shown a mutual commitment to developing a very unique space here.
Well, thank you for saying that, Dr. Landsberg. We certainly agree.
I agree with you, Ted. Anyone, any further questions from the board? Hearing and seeing none, what's the pleasure of the board?
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor by roll call. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
I vote in favor of the motion. Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
14, thanks, Dennis. Request authorization to extend the tentative designation of Tenants Development Corporation for the development of a community center, including office space for its headquarters on parcel 22A in the South End Urban Renewable Area, located at 151 Lenox Street in Roxbury. Ray?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, Director Golden, Madam Secretary, and members of the board. I'm requesting an additional 6-month extension to the tentative designation for Tenants Development Corporation of Roxbury, now I'll refer to them as TDC, for the redevelopment of this BPDA-owned parcel. The board originally voted to award TDC tentative designation in June 2018 and has extended the tentative designation at boards in 2019, 2020, and most recently in June of 2021. As you recall, TDC is proposing to develop a community center, including office space for its headquarters. The total development cost of the project is approximately $9 million to be financed by new market tax credits, a conventional construction loan, and a capital campaign of just under $4 million. Since their designation in June 2018, TDC has raised approximately $947,000 towards their fundraising goal. Despite in-person limitations imposed by COVID-19, TDC has continued with applying for foundation grants and participating in meetings and interviews with potential funders with a concerted effort on funding through combined Jewish philanthropies. With the addition of the $100,000 gift from the Fries Family Foundation previously reported, TDC has raised approximately $947,000 of the total $3.9 million current capital campaign. As previously discussed, the Fries gift is the first gift from a donor-advised fund managed by CJP, with a strong possibility of similar gifts coming in months to come. Recently, TDC met with Dr. Makiba McCreary, the president of the new Commonwealth Racial Equity and Social Justice Fund, for consideration for the organization's round of major gifts that it will deploy in the spring of 2022. These gifts will range from $50,000 to $250,000. With COVID restrictions now lifting, we wrote this just last week. It looked a little rosier, but hopefully once we get through the holiday surge, TDC in spring will bring better things, hopefully. TDC expects that the pace of its funding activity will increase. They will use the requested extension to advance the capital campaign, submit foundation grant applications, and engage in media outreach and cultivation events. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ray. Questions of the board?
Yeah, given how much things have changed even in the past week, is 6 months enough? Ought we not to be considering a year or some longer time frame? I mean, as far as I know, there's no clamoring from other developers or community groups to move in and develop this space, which TDC has worked so hard to secure and build upon over this time period. I just wonder if 6 months is enough.
I would expect that I'll be coming back to you in 6 months for another extension, because they'll have to apply for, if things do improve, there's more with the capital campaign, and they'll of course have to put in their tax credit funding rounds and so on and so forth. But I think that's a really good point. Maybe, in June we can do a year. I think actually having to come back to the board, it helps them with their funders a little bit because they can sort of create urgency with their funders saying, well, we need to report, we'd like to report more money being raised. But, that is a really good point, Dr. Landsmark, that, it is going to take some more time given, how things will work. But, I think that's definitely, we should consider that in the spring.
Okay.
Does that sound reasonable? I'll talk to them about it and kind of get their take on it as well.
That's fine.
Okay.
Any further questions?
Well, another way to frame it, Dr. Landsmark, which I agree with you that they're going to need more time because the amount they have raised compared to their goal is significant and it is going to take time. I think we have shown a commitment to this project and this team and will likely continue to do so in the near future. Yeah, it would be nice to see some more progress on getting closer to that 4 million. And I think that's what we all want to see.
Great. Any further questions? Hearing, seeing none, what's the pleasure of the board?
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor by roll call, Ms. Downs?
Aye.
I vote in favor of the motion. Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
Motion carries. Number 15, request authorization to correct a scrivener's error and to ratify and confirm the composition of the IDP units within the project located at 41 Regent Street, parcel L43B in the Washington Park Urban Renewal Area Street, and to take all related actions. Ray?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, Madam Secretary, Director Golden, and members of the board. Today's vote is a housekeeping matter for accuracy in the preparation of the closing documents for this disposition. It will correct a scrivener's error pertaining to the composition of one of the two IDP units, whereby it was labeled as a 2-bedroom instead of a 1-bedroom. Note that the unit in question's location, square footage, and characterization on the plan stamped by ISD remain consistent with all previous board votes. As a reminder to the board, the developer is Catalyst Ventures Solidarity Enterprises, LLC, a 100% Black-owned development entity consisting of a joint venture partnership between Darrell Settles and Greg Janey. This developer was selected through a competitive request for proposals process in 2017. The redeveloper is proposing to combine 41 Regent Street, a 3,224 square foot BPDA parcel, with the adjacent 5,703 square feet parcel at 64 Alpine Street, owned by Mr. Settles, to build 14 homeownership units, including 2 income-restricted IDP units. The combined parcels create a size of approximately 8,927 square feet. The closing on the BPDA on parcel is scheduled to occur no later than December 30th. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ray. Any questions of the board? Hearing and seeing none, what's the pleasure of the board?
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor by roll call, Ms. Downs?
Aye.
I vote in favor of the motion. Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Number 16.
Excuse me, Vice Chair Monahan, I'd like to recuse myself from this item.
Okay. The record show that Mr. Miller was recusing himself. Request authorization to adopt an 8th amendment to the report and decision for the Mission Main Chapter 121A project to approve financing and the transfer of the project to a newly created entity to issue a certification of approval in accordance with Article 80E, Small Project Review of the Zoning Code for interior renovations and exterior improvements to the project, and to take all related actions. Caitlin?
Thank you, Vice Chair Monahan, members of the board, Madam Secretary and Director Golden. My name is Caitlin Coppinger. I'm a project manager in Development Review. I'm here today to request the approval of the 8th Amendment to the Chapter 121A report and decision related to the proposed Mission Main renovation to approve the financing and the transfer of the project to a newly created entity. This project also went through small project review and is seeking the issuance of a certificate of approval. The Mission Main project, originally redeveloped in 1996 under the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development's Hope 6 program through a partnership with Boston Housing Authority, Edward A. Fish Associates, Wind Development Company, and Cruise Construction, and the Mission Main Tenant Task Force. Through this partnership, a new mixed income community was created with a mix of townhomes and mid-rise buildings that were better integrated into the surrounding Mission Hill neighborhood. This created 535 new units, in which 445 units were income restricted. Since the original project was completed 23 years ago, the development has accrued a number of capital needs. Through this request of the approval of the 121A transfer, the Mission Main Task Force and Wind Development will be able to refinance and address these capital needs. Some of the improvements include new kitchens, bathrooms, flooring improvements, sidewalks, updated outdoor seating, and playgrounds, AC systems, and more. With this new renovation, the affordability restrictions will be governed by a RAD contract. 81 units will be restricted at 30% AMI, and 364 units will be restricted at 60% AMI. The BPDA hosted a public meeting relaying the proposed renovations to the public on October 21st, 2021. I'm joined here today with Phil Cohen from Wind Development team to speak further to these renovations. Phil, I think you're unmuted.
Good point. That is a very good point. How about now? Thank you, Caitlin. Chairman, members of the board, can everyone hear me all right?
Yes.
Awesome. It's a real pleasure to be here, and it's awesome to be a part of and presenting Mission Main redevelopment. Do I ask to go to the next slide? Great. We have you can go back one. We have a really great opportunity to improve the living conditions of the current Mission Main residents and to improve the site in many ways. It's an opportunity, as Caitlin mentioned, that came about through a HUD rental assistance demonstration program, which allows us to refinance the property and make significant improvements to the neighborhood without any additional funding from the city of Boston. And it's because of, in part, the great partnership that we have with the Boston Housing Authority on both this and several other projects. I believe Connie, Katie, and Joe are here in attendance today. And because of our development partner, we're partnering with the Mission Main Tenant Task Force on this project. They're a nonprofit organization of Mission Main residents who will be the majority owner of this development going forward. We also have Adam Stein, Isha Cologne, and Adam Giordano in attendance today from the Wind Development team. And I believe Sarah Chambers is here. She manages the property on a day-to-day basis. We're working with Phil Renzi and Kyle Blaylock from the architectural team, as well as Dunya from Rising Designs. And it has been an absolute pleasure to work with BPDA staff. So once again, thank you, Caitlin, for your guidance on the public review. Thank you, Mallory, for working with us through the 128 documentation. And thank you, June, Megan, Jill, Joe, and Will. This was a little bit different from some of the other single-family new construction projects that you have reviewed, but the process was extremely thoughtful and thorough with visits to the site and many conversations between the teams. So we really appreciate it. The next slide shows the Mission Main community from a high level. The reason we are here before the board is because Mission Main has benefited from a 121A regulatory agreement for the last 23 years. Mission Main is a 535-unit, 83% affordable, 32-building community expanding over 22 acres in Mission Hill. The project dates back to the 40s, but the current buildings were developed by this partnership back in the 90s, as Caitlin mentioned, as a way of breaking up the original superblock, reducing crime, and providing residents with a better place to call home. Mission Main has been owned and managed by the partnership for the past 23 years. And throughout this time, typical wear and tear has led to a number of capital needs. The appliances are from the 90s and 2000s, the bathrooms are outdated, the sidewalks are cracked at various locations, the trash enclosures and the benches that line the site are definitely needing of improvement. So in order to make these renovations, we need to refinance the project, and in order to do so, we need to change the ownership entity. We are asking that the BPDA and the city allow us to update the 121A with that new ownership information. We're not asking to change any of the terms of the existing 120A or how long it will last. We're keeping the same 40 years. The next few slides show the current conditions and some of what we plan on improving. So here are some pictures of the neighborhood as it exists today. We have some typical row houses on the top left, community center on the right, some open space with benches below that, and then the previous mid-rise building on the bottom left corner, which is, it's by far the largest building on the site. The next slide shows the existing and proposed kitchens, your faux stainless steel ovens, new dishwashers, and fridge, and you can see the new cabinets, countertops, and flooring. And the following slide shows the bathroom updates with new flooring, vanities, sinks, tubs, and toilets. The slide afterwards shows the many sidewalks and walkways are cracked. You can see some of the cracked sidewalks and walkways on the right-hand side of the page, and these are in need of improvement. On the left, we show our current walkway improvement scope. As you can see, it's relatively comprehensive already. We are looking to add to the scope and possibly add some of the additional city-owned sidewalks that also need repair in the area. This will make it easier to walk, especially make it more accessible to get around within the project. The following slide shows a playground with new and safer equipment. We aren't totally settled in this color scheme, but the bottom left shows one potential style of what the new playgrounds could look like. And on the right, you can see the original benches are showing their age. And if you look closely, you can see some deterioration and rusting on the sidewalk underneath them. We're proposing new benches similar to the ones that you see below. And the following slide shows the proposed update to the trash enclosures, a new vinyl enclosure to update the existing pretty worn trash enclosures. We'd also like to create a public sitting area outside of the mid-rise building with new pavers, trees, and some lighting. It'll be a great place for residents to hang out a bit. The last slide is the BPDA slide, and what's most important to me and to the team is this ability to move forward with these renovations while retaining the current affordability in the community. So currently there are 445 of the 535 units that are deeply affordable, with residents paying no more than 30% of their income towards housing. And this will continue to be the case for the next 50 years on a 99-year ground lease, and most likely much, much longer than that.
Are you frozen, Phil, or you concluded?
I conclude my presentation.
Great. Bill, quick question. Is every single unit going to be renovated?
Yes, every single unit is going to be renovated. That is very important to the tenant task force. We are updating all kitchens and bathrooms in every single unit.
Great, thank you. Any further questions from the board?
Just a comment that I hope folks who normally cover our meetings take note of this particular project. It is representative of how the public sector and the private sector can come together to help empower a community that is integral to the city. And I think the work that you're doing ultimately to make it possible for tenants to have a major stake in the ownership of this into the future is particularly important. And Phil, you look familiar as a person who knows this agency well. And I, for one, am very pleased to see you working with this group to help facilitate the complexities of making an initiative like this work so well. So I hope that people understand the importance of this project.
Thank you, Dr. Landsmark. I agree totally with your comments. It's a pleasure to be part of this team. and it's always a pleasure to present in front of this board.
Are there any further questions from the board? Seeing and hearing none, what's the pleasure of the board?
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor by roll call. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
I'm voting in favor of the motion. Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
And Mr. Miller has recused himself, so motion carries. Number 17, request authorization to issue a scope and determination waiver, waiving further review pursuant to Article 80B, Section 80B-5.3, subsection D of the zoning code for the construction of the new Benjamin Franklin Institute of Technology, Nubian Square campus, and to take all related actions. Dana?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the board, Secretary Polhemus, and Director Golden. I'm Dana Whiteside, Deputy Director for Community Economic Development. We are very pleased to share with you this request for consideration of the approval of the Benjamin Franklin Institute of Technology campus in Nubian Square. The development team will provide more important details regarding the project program, design, and components. I'll offer a few brief remarks about the planning context for this development, as well as some aspects of its regulatory process. The site on which the BFIT Nubian campus will be constructed is adjacent to many of the parcels which are in the purview of Plan Nubian Square. Next slide, please. By way of overview, Plan Nubian Square was launched in 2016 as a continuation and revisioning of the ongoing Roxbury Strategic Master Plan, which was codified in 2004. With Plan Nubian Square, staff have worked collaboratively with a broad array of stakeholders to enhance engagement and refine and focus on economic development, workforce training, and good job standards, as well as the creation of affordable housing, both rental and homeownership across the district. As a board of directors, you all have had the opportunity to facilitate the forward momentum of development on parcels such as the Crescent parcel, parcel 8, and the former Area B2 police station sites, as well as the Blair lot, about which you'll hear more this evening. In the context of this plan, the BFIT Nubian Square development is poised to bring added focus on educational achievement by connecting Nubian Square, Roxbury, and all of Boston to beneficial programs that will offer a bridge to economic opportunity. The development project notification form was received in June of this year, with associated regulatory review that included a scoping session, design and regulatory review with BPDA urban design, transportation planning, as well as Landmarks Commission staff, given the project's proximity to the Eustis Oil Ground Protection Area. In addition, there were impact advisory group meetings held in September, October, and November of this year. In addition to the comments which were part of your package of materials, I would also acknowledge the receipt we have today of a letter of support from Council President Kim Janey. This concludes my remarks, and at this time I would like to acknowledge the presence of Dr. Aisha Francis, Chief Executive Officer of Benjamin Franklin Institute of Technology, and Gail Sullivan, Principal of Studio G Architects, who will share more for this presentation, after which we'll be happy to entertain any questions you might have.
Thank you, Dana.
Thank you so much, Deputy Director Whiteside. Thank you very much, members of the board of the BPDA. I am Aisha Francis, President and CEO of Benjamin Franklin Institute of Technology, and I would just like the opportunity to share a bit about the college that is moving from our current location in the South End at 41 Berkeley Street to Nubian Square at 1011 Harrison Avenue. We are a 2-year technical college that was established in 1908 as a college. Our current mix of programs includes a range of things that are very applicable to today's technology, and also we have a focus on green and clean technology. We have an automotive program, electrical engineering and engineering technologies, several advanced manufacturing related programs, opticianry, computer technology, and the like. In the trades, we also have construction management, HVAC, and practical electricity. Next slide, please. We are moving to Nubian Square for many reasons. Chief among those are that we see ourselves as an institution, as a minority serving institution. We want to be closer to the students that we serve. Most of our students today use public transit as their means of getting to and from the college and their homes. We wanted to be closer to mass transit, which we will be able to do in this location. And we also want to have a 21st century building, which we believe our students deserve, and room to grow and expand beyond the constraints of our current building. Here we will be in a much more centralized location, and we will be able to be an anchor institution in and around many of our partners. It will also allow us to deepen partnerships and create new ones with community-based organizations. Next. We look forward to being a wonderful partner and extending the existing partnerships we already have through community investments and benefits with educational impacts and economic impacts. Some of those are highlighted here. We do maintain the affordability of our education. We have not increased our tuition for 10 years, and we offer scholarships to 90% of our students. We also are a participant in early college programming and have been since 2006, through which we have offered 10,000 college credits to students. Many of those students have been BPS students, and 394 of them Roxbury residents. We know the power of a technical education. We are the only institution of technical education in Boston, and we are the only minority serving institution that has a majority of students who are Black and brown young men. We would like to be able to serve more of them, and that is why we want to move to the heart of Nubian Square. Through this project, we will be prioritizing minority and women-owned businesses. We believe the project will create 300 to 350 construction jobs as well as 200 permanent jobs. Next slide, please. In addition to educational and economic investments, there are many physical investments in the public realm that our project will transform the neighborhood in the area. We will be creating a high-tech building on a space that is currently blighted with buildings that are an eyesore to the neighborhood. We will have visual access so that people will know about the technical and trade programs that we train in, and there will be street activation in the Nubian Square area from 7 a.m. until 10 p.m. Monday through Friday, and eventually on weekends. We also plan to have at least $1.7 million in investments in the public realm with environmental cleanup and demolition, as well as sidewalk improvements. And the area will have a multi-use pedestrian way in what otherwise would have been considered the back. But as Gail Sullivan will share, we have made a commitment to make sure that the building is accessible from all four sides. Next slide, please. And I will let Gail take it away.
Thanks, Dr. Francis, and thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board, and Deputy Director Whiteside. So I wanted to start at a little bit of a higher level because, of course, we know that the BPDA has been addressing this entire area, which has enormous significance. We are immediately adjacent to the Elliott Burying Ground, as you know, and to existing house foundations from the 1700s at the corner of Washington and Melnia Cass. So we're very mindful of the context, the historic as well as the current. And there's a lot of development in the current moment in this area. So from left to right, 1127 Harrison, Nubian Ascents, which I know you're seeing later this evening, and then BFIT in the middle of that, and then to our right by Melnia Cass, Urbanica's project. If you look at the street elevation at the bottom, we've worked cooperatively with some of the other design and development teams to start to show this as a whole so that people in the community can see the entire context of the changes that are being made. The right-hand side shows BFIT's contribution to that, which we think will really contribute to a vibrant neighborhood along Harrison Ave. Next slide, please. So BFIT's building is a compact 68,000 square feet. You just heard Dr. Francis describe a lot of activity happening in that building, but it's not a very large building. It's 44 feet high, and designed for 600 students, approximately 120 faculty and staff, though they're present at different times of day and evening. In terms of the design, we used a regenerative design approach, integrating history, culture, ecology to serve as a catalyst for positive change for BFIT as an institution and its students and faculty, but also for the community as a whole. It's a lively anchor that we intend at this corner of Harrison and Eustis. And we wanted to make sure that the building expresses BFIT's mission as an institution of higher learning with a technology focus. So I'll make a couple of specific remarks. The Harrison Bar cantilevers 3 feet over the first floor. That breaks the mass somewhat, also adds some academic space upstairs that we needed, and separates the materials, the more industrial, modern metal siding, and from the warm brick below it. One of the important things from this view is it was very important to the college that we show off the kinds of education that are occurring inside. So this corner at Eustis and Harrison features the robotics lab, which is used by multiple academic departments. And it's surrounded by a deep canopy, which is both set up for the signage, but also has a bench underneath it. So we are both welcoming people into the building and welcoming people to pass by and see what's going on. Next slide, please. Here you see the view along Harrison Avenue and toward the row houses that are further westish, I'll say. And you can see the material expression here of the technology. We've grouped windows, they're very large windows, to provide a lot of daylight deep into the building. And they're grouped under shading devices. And you can see even at the first floor, very large windows looking into labs and academic spaces. You also see the contribution that Dr. Francis mentioned in terms of street trees and a well-improved sidewalk, which meets Boston's Complete Streets program. The next slide, please. Here you see the view from Eustis looking toward Washington and the way the building fits in by mass to the neighborhood. And the next. And looking toward Melnia Castle along Harrison Ave, again, it was very important to us that it at once stand out as a different kind of building, but also fit in as a good neighbor. And the next slide. I wanted to mention the floor plan a little. This has been, it's a very complex use, this college. And the thing that controlled the building actually is automotive labs because they are large. And so we wanted to show you the first floor plan just for a sec. And you can see in the light green, this is all automotive labs that involve full vehicles. These vehicles do have to drive in from this rear area, which Dr. Francis mentioned. So there are actually 4 garage doors at the rear of this building in order to allow that to happen. It's a core piece of the academic program, but of course it's only one of many departments. I'll mention one other that's at the front, the robotics lab I mentioned, and also opticianry. Let's go to the next slide. And here you see that rare area. Rather than turning it into a service area because of its position in the neighborhood, thank you, and because of its relationship to Nubian Ascends across the street and to Torrance 6 Firehouse immediately adjacent, we really wanted to make this a pedestrian-friendly zone. And that's what you see here. At the left side, there's a continuous fence in front of the burying grounds historic retaining wall to make sure that we protect that. Next slide, please. The rear from the burying ground, and we made this another front facade. It looks just like the others, almost, except for the garage doors at the first floor, which are glass to let light and view in. Next slide, please. And sustainability, as Dr. Francis mentioned, is really important. It's important to Studio G, it's very important to BFIT. This is an all-electric building. It is low energy design. We are aiming for LEED Gold certifiability, and our firm designs with passive house detailing in mind. and we are working for the health and well-being both of the occupants of the building as well as the neighborhood as a whole, and very much making the building a teacher in expressing systems, making them visible, engaging students, especially those in the construction trades, in understanding this building as an example. Next slide, please, and this is the last. And we're extending both the academic and social life of the college up to the roof because there hasn't been much space on the ground. So you'll see, in addition to this kind of social space, photovoltaic panels that the students will be able to use. They'll work on real rooftop equipment in situ on the roof. And I'll stop there. And the next slide, please.
We can leave it at that slide. Thank you very much, Dr. Francis and Gail. Wonderful presentation. Members of the board, we're happy to take any questions you may have right now.
Good. Thank you, Dana. Any questions of the board?
I would just comment that when Ben Franklin left contributions to Philadelphia and Boston to educate what he called artificers, that is to say, people who could earn a living and have a career through technically oriented work that they do with their hands as well as their minds. My guess is that he anticipated that at some point Ben Franklin Institute would move from its current distinguished but unfortunately largely invisible site to a place in a community where it could really directly serve the kinds of populations that the Institute's been serving for decades and decades. And I think that this is a great addition to Nubian Square and to the education system in Boston. And I would hope that with this higher visibility, many of the other educational and employment partners that could enter into productive relationships with Ben Franklin would now step up to a greater extent and support this work. So I think that this is an important move, not only for the institution, but also for the city.
Thank you, Ted. Any further questions from the board? Hearing and seeing none, what's the pleasure of the board?
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor by roll call. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
I'm in favor of the motion. Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thanks very much.
Number 18, request authorization to issue a determination pursuant to section 80A-6 of the Boston Zoning Code in connection with the notice of project change for the 127 Amory Street project to create an all-income restricted development and to take all related actions. Dana?
Yes, thank you again, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the board, Secretary Polhemus, and Director Golden. This particular change, as referenced by Chairman, focuses on phase 3 of the overall 125 Amory Street development. Again, later you'll hear more from the development team with regard to specifics, but I'll provide a little bit of a summary. The project itself, 125 Amory, was approved by this board in February of 2018. The overall project received its Zoning Board of Appeal approval in August 2018. Since that time, the development team has worked very diligently to complete some important aspects of the overall project, such as the completion of phase 1, which is the 125 Amory Street apartment, the offices of the Boston Housing Authority, the completion of phase 2, the Holston Park project, in addition to other related public grounds. The overall 125 Amory Street development will result in the creation of approximately 305 new residential units, primarily income-restricted, significant improvements in public realm, streetscape, and circulation in a long underutilized site, as well as the construction of new buildings on this site, which will focus on sustainability. For this particular change, the notice of project change, what you're hearing tonight, the development team seeks only to change the housing program, reducing the number of units from approximately 140 primarily market rate units to approximately 96 all-income restricted units with area median income levels of 30%, 60%, and 80%. The notice of project change was provided by the development team in September of this year with review and regulatory considerations that included work with BPDA, urban design, as well as Department of Neighborhood Development. This project is seeking public funding to support the affordability, in addition to review by the Transportation Planning and Boston Transportation Department, in addition to impact advisory group discussions as well. In addition to the above work that was done from a regulatory standpoint, the development team conferred with the Jamaica Plain Neighborhood Council to review the proposed changes in housing affordability as well as parking. And the Jamaica Plain Neighborhood Council, along with local elected officials, provided a letter of support for this proposed change. This concludes my remarks, and I would like to acknowledge the presence of John Harding, the project director from the Community Builders, and Kendra Hallowell, principal at Icon Architects, who will proceed with the rest of the presentation, and after which we'll be happy to take any questions you may have.
Thank you, Dana.
Thank you, Dana. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, John.
So I'm John Harding, project manager for the Community Builders. Thank you to Dana. Thank you to the board for taking a look at this project. I'll briefly go over, I'll skip over most of the history because Dana did a good job of getting you up to speed, and then briefly go over the changes we're proposing. So we're talking about the 125 Amory Street redevelopment, which is the larger master site redevelopment that we got Article 80 approval for back in 2018. But specifically, we're focusing on 127 Amory Street, which is the third phase of development on this site, and a notice of project change associated with that. So to start off, this entire site is a Boston Housing Authority owned site provided to the development team through a long-term ground lease. Next slide, please. The development team is a partnership between the Community Builders, Jamaica Plain Neighborhood Development Corporation, and Urban Edge Housing Corporation. We responded to a BHA RFP and were awarded back in 2015. Next slide, please. I will skip over most of this because Dana went over it, but just emphasis on the extensive community process that was done between being designated as the master development team for the project and the start of Article 80 approval, and then the start of construction on the first phase of the development, which started back in again 2018 for 125 Amory Street. That's the rehab of an existing building. Future phases include a relocation of a warehouse, a BHA warehouse on site, development of the third phase, which we're talking about today, 127 Amory Street, and then a future development of 101 Amory Street, which we're not proposing any changes to at this time. Next slide. So this is an overall site plan that shows the 125 Amory Street site on the left, as well as other proposed and recently completed developments by the same development team. I want you to focus on a few things. So on the 125 Amory Street site, you can see the 5 buildings that are proposed. 125 Amory Street and the Pace Building were existing prior to the redevelopment. 125 was renovated. Holzer Park, 127, and 101 are the 3 new construction buildings proposed. Holzer Park is currently under construction. 127 is what we're talking about today. I will also note the additional road network that we're proposing to put into the site. None of this is a change from the original Article 80. And then the T on the far upper right side, which is the Jackson Square MBTA station. So this is a very transit-oriented site. Next slide, please. Zooming in on the 125 Amory site specifically, we're not proposing any changes to the building size or footprint, at least not any material changes for 127, specifically focusing on 5 areas that we are proposing changes to, and I will go through each of those individually. Next slide. The first is affordability. So as Dana mentioned, the project was originally proposed as 140 units, 75% of which would be market rate, and only 25% would be affordable at 70% of area median income. As a result of partially market changes, but also significant community feedback that was really pushing for more affordability, we're now proposing a change to a fully affordable building with equal tiers of 80%, 60%, and 30% of area median income. resulting in 96 units. Next slide. We're also proposing changes to unit sizes and the total unit count. The original site was proposing mostly studio and one-bedroom units. Again, community feedback pushed us to include more larger family-sized units, and this also speaks to funder goals. So now we're proposing primarily 2-bedroom and 3-bedroom units. Switching from the smaller units to larger units without increasing the size of the building results in fewer units. So that's the reason for the switch from 140 apartments to 96. Next slide. And then finally, the additional 2 changes we're proposing are a reduction in total parking and a change in access to the site. So the original proposal include a full-level subsurface parking garage. We've removed that. Instead, the short right wing of the building, the first level is converted into a parking garage and bike room. This results in a reduction in the parking ratio from 0.51 spaces per unit to 0.31 spaces per unit. This does not affect in any way the exterior parking along the streets. And then we're also proposing changes to access to the site. So we're moving over the lobby to better fit through the building, changing the access to the garage to the other side of the building as shown by the yellow arrow. And then if you look at the what's labeled senior parking, this is the parking lot adjacent to 125 Amory Street. We've modified that a bit to allow for a turnaround, pickup and drop-off area, which was really important to the existing residents, senior residents at 125 Amory Street. We've thought a lot about this parking reduction and trying to mitigate any downsides to this. So we're really leaning this design into the transportation-oriented nature of the site, encouraging biking and walking, improving all of the hash marks on this site are on this plan are raised pedestrian walkways, and then improving access to the Jackson Square T station along Alliance Way as shown earlier. It is also worth noting that we've responded to community feedback requesting bike share and car share locations on this site, and a loading, pickup, and drop-off zone close to the 127 Amory entrance and exit. I'll now pass it off to Kendra to briefly go over updates to our designs.
Wonderful. Thank you, John. Can you hear me? Everybody can hear me, I think?
Yes.
Great. Thank you. John, you did a wonderful job talking about the changes and talking about the specific revisions to the site plan. I think I'd like to add, as a designer, we feel that these are all improvements to the project. We have pulled the parking for the garage level to the rear of the building, really to enhance this new Alliance Way, new street that is connecting north and south from Atherton up to near Jackson Square as part of a larger vision that was set forth by the BPDA in the JP Rocks planning that happened a number of years ago. So we're very excited about these improvements. Let's go to the next slide. John mentioned the shifting of the main entry and the lobby, where the notch is for the building at the top of the page. The lobby leads right through, and we're really inviting the outside in. One of the priority design areas of this redevelopment is this outdoor central green that ties all the buildings, all the new buildings and the existing buildings on this site together as a true heart to this reconnected community. We envision an amphitheater, seating areas, beautiful landscaping, all to make this a great new community. Let's go to the next slide. We'll walk around the building here very quickly and show you what the proposed design looks like. Are there a couple more slides? Great. So the large image is the proposed design. We are drawing from the linear park and really bringing some warm materials in and seating the building firmly into the ground with a masonry base. Next slide. We'll come around the building. This is the view from the southern end looking north with the linear park on the left, Holter Park as one of the new buildings on the right, and the proposed building in the foreground center. Next slide. View from the other side where we've relocated, removed a parking entry from the front of the building where that white car is. Now we've got the building front and the bike room, bike access connecting to the nearby transit stop. Next slide. And a view of our central courtyard that will be landscaped for everyone to enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you, Kendra. Are there any questions of the board? Oh, sorry, Dan.
No, I'm sorry, Mr. Vice Chair. I was just going to say that concludes the presentation. As obviously you can see from the thank you note on the bottom of the screen. We're happy to take any questions.
Great. Thank you, Dana. Are there any questions of the board?
Yeah, I do have a question. Maybe this is for John. I really like what I see here, and to go from 25% affordable to 100% affordable is a great achievement. And also, you know, dropping all the studios, increasing the unit space so that you can handle families there. How did you make that work financially?
The primary way that happened is switching it from a sort of oddly financed building with a little bit of mass housing and workforce cobbled together to a more standard low-income housing tax credit building.
Okay, so it's all on the back of the financing and the affordable financing tools that are out there.
Mm-hmm.
Wonderful. Thank you.
I would also add, Mr. Miller, that in addition to the work that the development team has done on this, there is significant support on the part of the State of Boston's Department of Development through the Neighborhood Housing Trust, which will be a key funding source for a project like this.
Great. Thank you, Dana.
Very good. Are there any further questions from the board? Seeing and hearing none, what's the pleasure of the board?
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor by roll call. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
And I vote in favor of the motion. Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you, Dana.
Thanks very much, everyone.
Thank you.
Number 19, request authorization to issue a determination in accordance with Article 80A-6 of the zoning code in connection with the notice of project change to lower the income affordability for the 10 Stoneley Road project and to take all related actions. Tyler?
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. The proposal before you is a notice of project change for the previously approved project 10 Stoneley Road, also known as 35 Berkeley Road in Jamaica Plain. This project was originally board approved in December of 2019. At this time, the project is seeking a change to the ownership, architect, legal counsel, and affordable unit mix of the previously approved project. The proposed project goes as follows: a change in ownership to a joint venture between Tregorth Company and the Jamaica Plain Neighborhood Development Corporation, a change in architect to Jonathan Garland of J. Garland Enterprises, a change in legal counsel to Joe Leiber of Klein Boring, and finally, the NPC request, increasing the number of IDP units from the previously approved 10 to the entirety of all 45 units. 13 of those not to exceed 120% AMI, 16 of those not to exceed 100% AMI, and another 16 units not to exceed 80% AMI. Now, before I turn it to Dave Tregorth from Tregorth Companies to begin the presentation, I want to say thank you to the members of the public, elected officials, and city agencies who helped review the proposed 10 Stoneley Road notice of project change. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Tyler.
Thanks, Tyler. My name is Dave Tregorth with Tregorth Companies. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board, for hearing this tonight about an important site in Jamaica Plain next to the Arborway bus yard that we have a significant opportunity to transform into affordable homeownership, significant affordable homeownership. Next slide. The site, as I mentioned, on the left, you can see the Arborway bus yard on Washington Street, English High School, and the Stony Brook neighborhood closer to the city. Next slide. This is at the corner of Stedman, Brookley, and is currently a petroleum services company that is actually moved out, so the building is now vacant. And you can see that the area is in desperate need of sidewalks, lighting, other pedestrian improvements from its former industrial use. Next slide. As Tyler mentioned, this is a joint venture between Tregorth Companies and the Jamaica Plain Neighborhood Development Corporation. And we've brought on Jonathan Garland as architect and Klein Hornig as our legal team to help us through, all based in Boston, and happy to take this project on. As Tyler mentioned, the previous approval had 45 rental units with 10 affordable units. Next slide. We are now going to be changing it to 45 income restricted home ownership units, maintaining the 5 artist live work studios on the ground floor in a new construction building. Next slide. Significantly, we have the opportunity to jump on some significant funding that's coming for home ownership and have a project that's permitted and ready to go. We'll talk a little bit about the schedule later, but many of the things that make this an attractive site make it an attractive opportunity for home ownership. In addition, we've boosted the diversity and inclusion initiatives both in the team and the affirmative fair marketing. We also are going to be working towards a passive house standard. We have 2 projects under construction right now that are passive house and using those lessons learned here. Next slide. Really no change to the existing zoning approval and BPDA approval in terms of the building size, setback, scale. We are adding some bike parking. We're able to fit in more, which is a good thing. Next slide. And so we will have 10 studio units, 18 one-bedroom units, 5 artist units, 9 two-bedroom units, and 3 three-bedroom units. Prices on the market for these will be between $164,000 to purchase one of these units up to $380,000. If you've been watching the Jamaica Plain home ownership and market prices, you know that this is a significant discount to what the market is doing right now. Next slide. The change, you'll see that has mostly been, the changes to the design have been to increase the size of the units without increasing the envelope or footprint of the building. So we've been able to pick up some 2-bedroom and 3-bedroom units, giving Jonathan some credit, figuring out how to squeeze some bigger units out of the same building. Next slide. This is just the ground floor plan. You can see we'll be doing sidewalks, curbing. Building is set back nicely to provide a generous amount of landscaping. You see the LW, that's the live work artist units that have direct access to the ground floor and streetscape, so you can open your door and essentially have your own dedicated entry point to your studio. No change to the parking and lobby, and you can see a generous amount of bike parking as well. Next slide. Really the layout of the building is as you would expect, a very compact building and one that'll be efficient for home ownership, served by an elevator, and really no change to the approved zoning envelope. Next slide. As I mentioned previously, we're shooting for passive house standards, and then next slide. We have some of the setbacks and open spaces on the 4th floor with a deck that's available to everyone in the community, and several decks that are directly off of units. Next slide. This is notice of project or small project change has gone through several iterations in community groups, presentations that have improved the design. We're thankful for that. We've also received a no opposition letter from the neighborhood group, Stony Brook Neighborhood Association, on this change. Next slide. With the funding that's hopefully going to be coming available through the Department of Neighborhood Development and the Mass Housing Commonwealth Builder Program, we hope with zoning approvals in place and hopefully with a small project review, small project change, that we could start as soon as the end of 2022, once we're able to secure our financing through those rounds. And we're very excited and appreciate the opportunity to be here and happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Dave. Any questions from the board? Hearing and seeing none, was the pleasure of the board?
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor by roll call. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
I'm in favor of the motion. Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
The motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. Happy holidays.
Number 20, request authorization to issue a certification of approval in accordance with Article 80E, small project review of the zoning code for the construction of 15 home ownership units, including 4 IDP units and 15 parking spaces located at 22 High Street, and take all related actions. Ebony?
Good evening, Vice Chair, members of the board, Madam Secretary, and Director Golden. Do want to apologize, my desk camera just stopped working. The proposed development before you is 22 High Street in Dorchester. Volney Capital proposes to construct an approximately 30,430 square foot building. The building will contain 3.5 stories, 15 residential homeownership units, 15 parking spaces, and dedicated bicycle storage. The small project review application was submitted on September 9th, 2021. One public meeting was held on October 4th, 2021, and the comment period ended on October 18th, 2021. In response to comments made by Representative Liz Miranda and Councilor Baker, the developer has agreed to create 2 affordable units at a reduced area median income, one at 50% and the other at 60%. At this time, I will turn it over to the development team to go over their presentation in more detail, after which we would be happy to take any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ebony. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Director Golden and Secretary Polimis, Attorney Jeff Drago with Drago and Toscano with a business address of 11 Beacon Street, here on behalf of Volney Capital and their ownership team, Ricky Bellevue, and also Chris Prudhomme, the architect on the project as well, who you will hear from when we get to the floor plans. Again, this project that you see in front of you is a proposal to raise an existing structure and to erect a 3.5-story, 15-unit condominium building with 15 associated parking spaces. This project went through an extensive community process in working and getting the support of the Meeting House Hill Civic Association. In doing that, we did significantly reduce the project from its original 27 units. But we were happy and pleased to still be able to have 2 IDP units on site. Both of those units, as was mentioned, one is at 50% AMI and another is at 60% AMI, and one of those is also a 3-bedroom unit. Next slide, please. Just so you can have an idea of the highlighted area, this is across the way from the dot block construction development. There's a number of developments in front of us on the other side along High Street and Hancock Street as well, and one that was recently approved. Next slide, please. Just as you can see from here, as part of our proposal, we kept a large amount of open space in the back and in the front of this building. Our lot is one of the largest at almost 18,000 square feet, and the gross square footage of our project is 22,747 square feet. Just a quick unit breakdown, we've got 8 2-bedrooms and 7 3-bedrooms that will go along with this project. At this time, I think we can go to the next slide, and I will turn it over to Chris from the architect team.
Thank you, Jeff. Ebony, if we could go back one slide, actually. I was hoping to touch base a little bit on the site plan that we are showing here. The trees that we are showing are a visual representation of the kind of thick foliage that does surround our lot, much of which is actually on adjacent properties and will not be disrupted by the construction of our project. So much of that tree coverage will remain, providing kind of a visual buffer as well as shade and tree coverage for our site. We are proposing some new trees at the front setback that will allow us to provide additional trees for the area, break up the street line with a little bit more vegetation, and give a little bit more screening to our building. Next slide. We have a partially sunken garage because we are on such a steeply sloped site, but this garage is accessible for handicap at the street. We have provided 15 one-to-one parking spaces as well as a bike room for secured parking for residents. Next slide. Here we have a representation of the elevations for the building. At the bottom left, you can see what our front elevation is. We are trying to reduce the visual impact of our project on the streetscape. But as we move deeper into the site, we do grow a bit in size to accommodate the 15 family-sized units that we are putting in. And you can see how the land starts to kind of fall away. Next slide. Looking up High Street, you can tell that this is a significantly sloped site. At the lower portion, we are trying to partially submerge our garage, as well as plant some of these new trees to represent what the kind of tree coverage will be in reality once the project is completed, which does shelter our kind of the additional size towards the back from public view. Next slide. Without some of the trees, we are trying to showcase the building's elements. We are taking contextual architectural elements from the surrounding context. We do have a mix of a lot of different three-family, Victorian, more contemporary buildings within our context. So we're trying to take some of those elements in the neighborhood and reimagine them into a contemporary building while still keeping within the architectural context of the neighborhood. So we do have a kind of minimalist cornice line with our mansard roof to reduce our height from the street visually, as well as some reveals at the upper headers of the windows to kind of match some of the Victorian detailing in a more modern minimalistic approach that you see with our adjacent neighbors. Next slide. From Pleasant Street, so down the block, you can see in the context map on our bottom right corner, we're actually this photo would be taken just to the right of dot block, showcasing an existing contemporary building at the base of the hill, and you would only be able to see the kind of top portion, upper cornice line of our roof with the existing foliage that will remain. Next slide. And that concludes our presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions regarding the design.
Good, thanks, Chris. Does that conclude presentation, Mr. Drago? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. It does. We can answer any questions the board may have.
Very good. Any questions from the board? Hearing and seeing none, what's the pleasure of the board?
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor by roll call. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
I vote in favor of the motion. Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
The motion carries. At this point, we're going to thank you. Congratulations. We're going to take a 5-minute break before we get going. So why don't we, we'll about 5:40, we'll resume.
Mike, just give me a minute, okay?
Yep, sounds good, Teresa.
We're ready to go.
Very good. Thank you, Teresa. The board is back in session. Number 21, request authorization.
Hold on, I'm sorry. Counselor Mejia has her hand up.
Okay.
And I'm assuming she wants us to take her out of order. Counselor Mejia?
Hi, yes, good evening. I just wanted to make my presence known because this is an unfamiliar Zoom to me, and I don't know if you can even see me.
I can promote you. Did you want to speak on an item?
Yes, I'm going to be speaking on the Nubian Square Ascends project, so that's the one that I'd like to be called for.
Okay, I will call you then. Would you rather testify right now, or are you okay to wait?
God, yes, that would be so incredible.
No, go ahead.
Oh, you're so beautiful. Thank you. Okay, so good evening, and for the record, my name is Julia Mejia. I'm an at-large city councilor here in the city of Boston. I'm speaking here today to offer my strong support for the Nubian Square Ascends proposal. I was reached out to by Richard Taylor and had the pleasure of learning more about this project from him. Upon our office doing our own research, as we always do, we really learned about the value of this proposal that will add to the community. This proposal includes 15 units of artist housing, which in a neighborhood like Roxbury is incredibly needed. We need to be doing more to support artists, particularly artists of color in predominantly Black neighborhoods like Roxbury. And this proposal also will work towards that. It is also great to see that a special Nubian gallery will be included in this space. I'm also pleased to know that this project calls for a community space through the Cultural Hall on Washington Street. Spaces like these lacking in Nubian Square currently, and this is an incredible opportunity to create space in Roxbury, exclusively for the community without question. Finally, and I believe this is the most important point that I would like to underscore here tonight, is that I want to touch upon the STEM space that will be created. Earlier this week, the council held a hearing on the topic of maximizing workforce development in the STEM field. And I want to be clear that we cannot talk about maximizing workforce development without making sure that Black and brown students in Boston are part of that journey. We have an opportunity here to make sure that we are creating a pathway for Black and brown students, particularly from Madison Park to Nubian Square Ascends. This is an exciting proposal, and I would like to go on the record in strong support of it. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Council.
I'm sorry, just a second. We have a Representative Santiago, who is also on and would like to speak out of order, I believe. Representative?
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the board. I'll be very quick. I want to echo
many of the points that Councilor Mejia laid out. I'm here in support of the New Bean Ascends project. I live just a couple blocks away. I represent the area in the state legislature, and I couldn't be more excited for not just the historic value, but the cultural, artistic voices that project will elevate in the area. I'm particularly interested and excited about the economic opportunities it's going to have for people of color in Boston. And as the council stated, particularly the STEM opportunities. As a physician, scientist, married to a scientist who knows that the pharma community is looking for people of color, I'm excited about this opportunity and looking forward to partnering with them. And I can also just add that in my conversations, not just with the folks involved with the project, but with the community writ large, that there's a lot of excitement, there's a lot of buzz, and I think the opportunity to create this really economic thoroughfare stretching down from Washington Street, from where I live in the South End, through New Bean Square, is an incredible opportunity, and I look forward to supporting it in the future. Thank you for taking me out of turn.
Thank you, Representative, and thank you for your service.
We're good to go.
Sir. Number 21, as a reminder, this is the project Councilor Arroyo's office spoke in favor of. Request authorization.
No, I'm sorry. We should be starting with the public hearing, so number 24.
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought we were at 21. So 24 public hearings. Simultaneous Chinese interpretation is being provided for this meeting using language interpretation function within Zoom. We ask that you be patient in case of any technical issues. Language interpretation will not be enabled until instructions on how to access interpretation have been interpreted into Cantonese and Mandarin. Once interpretation has been enabled, a globe icon will appear. A reminder to all that are speaking today, we ask that everyone speak slowly for the interpreters. If you are speaking too quickly, I may interrupt you and ask you to speak slower. Thank you. To enable interpretation for Cantonese and Mandarin, please click on the globe icon on the bottom of your screen, and by selecting Mandarin for Mandarin and Cantonese for Cantonese. Also, you must mute original audio. Anna and Terry, would you now interpret the instructions I just gave?
Hi, thank you. Good evening. Hello, everyone. My name is Anna. I'll be a Cantonese interpreter for the meeting tonight. Hello, can you hear me?
It's what?
Hold on, Anna, 1 second. Teresa, are we good to go?
Yes, sorry about that. I didn't realize I was unmuted. I apologize.
No problem. You can continue, Anna.
Oh, thank you. Good evening, everyone. Happy Thursday. I'm Anna. I'll be a Cantonese interpreter for the meeting tonight. 大家好，我係 Anna， 我係你嘅廣東話翻譯員。一陣間你見到嗰啲扣語嘅時候，撳落去，咁你揀呢個 Cantonese， 咁你就會成功進入到廣東話嘅翻譯頻道噶啦。如果你用手機嘅話咧，撳我3個點，再揀咁多，咁你都會成功進入到廣東話翻譯頻道噶啦。Thank you so much. Your turn, Terry.
Thank you, Anna. Hi, everyone. My name is Terry. I'll be your Mandarin interpreter. 大家好，我叫 Terry， 会是你们的普通话的翻译。待会呢，你在屏幕下方呢就会看到这个地球仪的图标，你选择这个地球仪的图标，然后再进入 Mandarin 就普通话，你就可以进入到普通话的频道了。如果你是用手机或者是平板电脑上的话呢，你可以选择屏幕下方的3个点，然后再选择更多，也可以进入到这个普通话 Mandarin 的频道。好，一会见，谢谢。Thank you.
Thank you, Terry. Ahmad, would you turn interpretation on now? We will wait a bit to allow folks to join the interpretation channels, roughly 30 to 60 seconds. Thank you. Okay. If you are having difficulty activating interpretation, please call the phone number on the screen. Please take note of the phone number on the screen. If you have any difficulties later in the meeting, you may call that number. This is a public hearing before the Boston Redevelopment Authority, doing business as the Boston Planning and Development Agency, being held in conformance with Article 80D of the Boston Zoning Code, to consider the Boston University Fenway Campus Institutional Master Plan. The hearing was duly advertised on December 1st, 2021 in the Boston Herald newspaper. This is a BPDA hearing on a proposed petition by the agency. Staff members will first present their case and are subject to questioning by members of the agency. Thereafter, anyone who wishes to testify about the proposed project will be afforded an opportunity. We are taking support and opposition at the same time. If you are planning to testify, please take time now to verify that your computer microphone is active. Click the hand icon on your Zoom control panel. This will signal staff that you would like to speak. When your hand is raised, it will be blue. If you are calling into the meeting and would like to testify, please dial *9 to raise your hand. When I call for all testimony, staff will announce your name and allow you to talk. You must unmute your microphone. Your webcam will not be active. In an effort to accommodate all who would like to speak about this proposal, each person will be given up to 2 minutes to comment. BPDA staff will indicate when 30 seconds remain. At that time, please conclude your remarks so that the hearing may continue and others may be heard. At the conclusion of all oral testimony, any email testimony will be read aloud. Finally, the proponents are allowed a period of 5 to 10 minutes for rebuttal if they so desire. Edward Carmody will now begin the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the board, Madam Secretary, and Director Golden. The proposal before you is the Boston University Fenway Campus Institutional Master Plan for the next 10 years. This IMP covers the campus that was formerly known as Wheelock College. The college formally merged with BU in 2018, and the university has since assumed the properties on this campus. The IMP does not include any new proposed development projects. Rather, the IMP preserves the existing buildings for an institutional use and maintains the legacy of Wheelock through the BU Wheelock College of Education and Human Development. The campus offers academic and student life programs, as well as community engagement and continued public benefits, which you will hear about shortly. Although no changes are proposed in this master plan, I commend the university for undertaking a full, several months long IMP review process in order to update neighbors in Longwood and Fenway about the university's operations on the site. The university's commitment to public outreach and involvement has been shown throughout this year. As such, the Community Task Force is in full support of this IMP approval. With that said, I will now turn it over to Paul Rinaldi from Boston University, and he will walk through the brief presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Eddie. Vice Chair Monahan, Madam Secretary, Director Golden, and members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to present Boston University Fenway Campus Institutional Master Plan. I'm joined tonight by my colleague, Cecilia Nardi, who is Director of Community Relations. Next slide, please. And next slide, please. So as Ed noted, the university's merger with Wheelock College was announced in 2017 and became effective in 2018. Truly a merger, a very strong program in early childhood education at Wheelock College, merged with Boston University's School of Education that has a history of strong research and graduate programs in education. Further, the Wheelock College, the Wheelock Family Theater became part of the Boston University College of Fine Arts, with students studying acting and theater production. Next slide. The campus is 3.5 acres, wedged between the Riverway and Pilgrim Road in the Fenway. You see in the upper left a parcel that's in Brookline and therefore not part of this institutional master plan. Next slide. The campus has about 350,000 gross square feet. About half is used for academic programs, the other half for student housing. What is in place will continue to be. Next slide, please. Thank you. Wheelock College first institutional master plan was approved in 2007. And tonight, we are presenting the Boston University's first institutional master plan for what is now known as its Fenway campus. Next slide, please. As Ed noted, there are no institutional projects proposed in this master plan. It is our intent to certainly renovate properties to maintain them, but again, no new projects. Next slide. The campus, the programs, the employees and students are all certainly part of Boston University, and thus have access to the university's very successful transportation demand management program, served by the BU Shuttle, providing subsidized MBTA passes and station parking, and bike commuter reimbursements. The university is very proud of its climate action plan that was approved by the Board of Trustees in 2017, targeting net zero by 2040, allowing the university to support the city's goal of net zero by 2050. The hallmark of the program is BU Wind, which installed 92 turbines in South Dakota, where we are buying over 200,000 megawatt hours for the next 15 years. That 205,000 is the electricity that Boston University consumes on its 3 campuses. This will reduce the university's carbon footprint by 53%. A proud recipient of the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency Green Power Leadership Award in 2021. Next. And this slide briefly shows the economic impact, calling attention to the annual cash payments made by the university to the city from 2013 to 2020, a combination of real estate tax, its pilot program, and the linkage payments made when development has occurred on the Charles River campus as well as the medical campus. Cecilia?
Thank you, Paul. We can go to the next slide, please. And Vice Chair Monahan, Madam Secretary, Director Golden, members of the board, it's a pleasure to be with you this evening. As Paul mentioned, I am the Director of Community Relations at Boston University, and I will just briefly speak to only a few, but some of our signature community benefits that the university is very proud of. So for 40 years, Boston University has been supporting Boston public school graduates and providing pathways to attend BU. The 4-year full tuition Menino Scholarship has been awarded to over 2,000 BPS graduates since 1973, an investment of over $190 million. In 2009, the commitment to BPS students was expanded through the Community Service Scholarship, providing awards to over 500 BPS graduates meeting their full financial need without loans, an investment of over $60 million. And in 2017, this was further expanded to include BPS graduates transferring from other post-secondary institutions. And finally on this slide is the City of Boston Employee Scholars Program, which provides full tuition scholarships for graduate programs to City of Boston employees. And so far, about 500 employees have taken advantage of this with an investment of $9 million. Next slide, please. And the support for Boston Public Schools and other community benefits, these are just a few samples here. But since the merger with Wheelock, there are several efforts underway to partner with K-12 schools in Boston. The BU Initiative for Literacy Development is actually a long-standing program that's existed at BU now for 20 years. And it's a partnership providing literacy tutors to hundreds of children in Boston. And as Paul had noted earlier in the presentation, the Wheelock Family Theater at BU continues its legacy of being an inclusive and accessible community asset that welcomes thousands of youth annually. These are just a sample, and I encourage you to read about more in the institutional master plan. I'll turn it back to Paul. Thank you.
Thank you, Cecilia. You see before you the process that we went through, summarized by Eddie. And this concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Most don't understand electrical generation or transmission. That is unbelievable. I don't know if people can comprehend what you're doing there with that wind. That's 205 million watts of electricity annually. The Pilgrim Power nuclear power station was an 800 million watt. And that's one nuke, but you're 205 million, unbelievable. 205 million watts, yeah. It's quite a commitment, so thank you. Are there any questions from the board? Okay. Teresa, on public comments?
Sure. Roy Tamara, you can unmute yourself. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm sorry. I'm presenting a couple projects after this.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep. Minor Perez, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Mina Perez, representing the Carpenters Union. On behalf of hundreds of our Boston residents, I want to go on record in support of this proposal by Boston University, and we look forward to working with this institution. Thank you.
Thank you, Minor. Is there anybody else who would like to testify? Anybody else who would like to testify? Mr. Monahan, I believe that concludes the public hearing portion of this item.
Could you read any written testimony you may have into the record?
There is none.
Okay. And further, Paul, on BU's commitment to carbon-free electricity, the geothermal piece also that you're doing in the new building. I don't know of any institution that's doing what you guys are doing as far as climate goes.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So are there any further questions from the board? Seeing and hearing none, what's the pleasure of the board?
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor by roll call. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
I vote in favor of the motion. Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
And Mr. Miller?
Aye.
Very good. The motion carries.
Thank you very much. Happy holidays.
Thank you, Paul. Simultaneous Spanish and Haitian Creole interpretations are being provided for this meeting using language interpretation function within Zoom. We ask that you be patient in case of any technical issues. Language interpretation will not be enabled until instructions of how to access interpretation have been interpreted into Spanish and Haitian Creole. Once interpretation has been enabled, a globe icon will appear. A reminder to all that speaking today, we ask that everyone speak slowly for the interpreters. If you are speaking too quickly, I may interrupt you and ask you to speak slower. Thank you. To enable interpretation for Spanish, please click on the globe icon on the bottom of your screen and select Spanish. And to enable interpretation for Haitian Creole, please click on the globe icon on the bottom of your screen and select Haitian Creole for Haitian Creole. Also, you must mute original audio. Sophia and Johnny, would you now interpret the instructions I just gave?
Yes, of course. Good evening, my name is Sofía Picul and I will be your Spanish interpreter. Interpretación simultánea será proveída en esta noche. Para poder tener acceso a la misma, aparecerá un globo luego de que esta función de Zoom esté disponible en la parte inferior de la pantalla. Por favor, seleccione el símbolo o el icono de globo para poder tener acceso a los servicios de interpretación y seleccione el idioma Spanish, S-P-A-N-I-S-H. Gracias.
Thank you. Jardine?
Bonsoir à tout le monde. Moi, c'est Jardine Jérôme et moi, c'est moi qui ai servi comme interprète pour Aswea. Service interprétation langue. Simultanément, en créole haïtien, interprétation a produit pour rencontre Aswea. Si que ou t'as souhaité gagner en interprétation, n'a demandé où va peser et globe là que ouais. Et si que ou besoin interprétation, on va seulement peser globe là et puis y a mettez dans la salle d'interprétation côté pour tendre moi-même cap traduit pour changer en haïtien créole, t'as pris choisir carrière qui en après et paraître en bas écran. Pour audio channel créole haïtien, t'as pris choisir haïtien créole. Si vous avez des difficultés techniques, t'as pris relais 617-918-4236 ou soit email et dans email adresse que nous avons BPDA board@boston et GOV pour bail témoignage. Merci.
Thank you. Ahmad, will you turn interpretation on now? And we're going to wait a bit as before to allow folks to join the interpretation channel. Okay. If you are having difficulty activating interpretation, please call the phone number on the screen. Please take note of the phone number on the screen. If you have difficulties later in the meeting, you may call that number. This is a public hearing before the Boston Redevelopment Authority, doing business as the Boston Planning and Development Agency, being held in conformance with Section 80A-2 and 80B-5 of the Boston Zoning Code, to consider the proposed project by Nubian Ascend Partners, LLC, and located at 2164 Washington Street, Roxbury, as a development impact project. The hearing was duly advertised on December 1st, 2021 in the Boston Herald newspaper. This is a BPDA hearing on a proposed petition by the agency. Staff members will first present their case and are subject to questioning by members of the agency. Thereafter, anyone wishes to testify about the proposed project will be afforded an opportunity. We are taking support and opposition at the same time. If you are planning to testify, please take time now to verify that your computer microphone is active. Click the hand icon on your Zoom control panel. This will signal staff that you would like to speak. When your hand is raised, it will be blue. If you are calling into the meeting, you would like to testify, please dial *9 to raise your hand. When I call for all testimony, staff will announce your name and allow you to talk. You must unmute your microphone. Your webcam will not be active. In an effort to accommodate all who would like to speak about this proposal, each person will be given up to 2 minutes to comment. BPDA staff will indicate when 30 seconds remain. At that time, please conclude your remarks so that the hearing may continue and others may be heard. At the conclusion of all oral testimony, any emailed testimony will be read aloud. Finally, the proponents are allowed a period of 5 to 10 minutes for rebuttal if they so desire. Nick Carter will now begin the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the board, Director Golden, Madam Secretary. We are here before you this evening to discuss the proposed project at 2164 Washington Street, also known as the Nubian Square Ascents Project. On November 20th, 2019, the Boston Planning and Development Agency and the Department of Neighborhood Development released the request for proposal for the Blair Lot site as part of the Plan Nubian Square, formerly known as Plan Dudley Square. The request for proposal contemplated a mixed-use development consisting of residential housing with ground floor commercial and retail use, parking, and support for local arts and culture. After receiving proposals on February 19th, 2020, the BPDA convened a new project review committee made up of 10 community members nominated by elected officials and self-nominations, as well as 5 members of the Roxbury Strategic Master Plan Oversight Committee to evaluate proposals for the Blair Lot. On December 7th, 2020, the Project Review Committee presented its recommendations that Nubian Ascend Partners, LLC, to the Roxbury Strategic Master Plan Oversight Committee as the developer of the Blair Lot, which voted to recommend that the BPDA award the tentative designation to Nubian Ascends Partners, LLC. The Nubian Ascends team has proposed to create a new campus on the Blair Lot site composed of a new performance hall, a culinary hall with incubator programs, commercial office lab space partnering with local groups such as the Benjamin Franklin Institute of Technology to offer on-site job training and workforce development in the emerging life science industry, artistic and cultural space, a new pedestrian corridor, a 300-space above-grade parking garage, 15 homeownership units that will be intended for local artists, 10 of which will be income restricted, and a new art lab for those residents. The project will use a LEED campus approach for the development, targeting a LEED Gold equivalency score of 60 for all buildings, and will be installing a solar PV capacity of 550,000 kilowatts. The project is projected to have a carbon emissions impact of 2.81 kilograms of CO2 emissions per square foot per year for the art slab, 1.43 for the artist housing, and 3.13 for the cultural hall, and 6.92 for the lab space. Throughout the process, the project has enjoyed strong community support and enthusiasm for the changes that it will bring to what was formerly an empty lot. I will now turn to Richard Taylor and Tamara Roy of the development team to walk you through the project. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nick. Richard Taylor here. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Madam Secretary, Director Golden, BPDA staff. Before I begin, I want to just thank the Project Review Committee, the Impact Advisory Group, the Roxbury Oversight Committee, and the Roxbury Neighborhood Council, all of which have been very, very helpful as we have developed this project over the past year. As was mentioned by Nick, you see the Live, Work, Connect, Sustain approach. I believe we have another deck in place. If we could advance that, please, so that we can begin talking about the project. I think you reviewed that. Very good, thank you. As Nick noted, this is a 2-acre development. We are bordered by Harrison, Palmer, Washington, and Eustis. I point out in Washington the black market activity that our partner Kai Grant has been engaging over the summer and indeed this fall with Black Market, the Nubian Gallery, the Mr. G's building, which will also be renovated, So that is what we're looking at today. That's the existing site. Next slide, please. This is really an overview of the 9 components of the project. Open space, particularly what we call putting the square in Nubian Square, which will fold into the Boulding Building. I direct your attention also to the beautiful Artist Way that will connect Washington Street and Harrison Avenue. The galleries number 3, the Cultural Hall, I mentioned Black Market, Artist Workspace. We're very excited to provide artists homeownership units. We all are aware of how artists in our city start the creative environment, and pretty soon if they're renting, they get dislocated and relocated and again out. So we're going to ground them in our project. The square has desperately needed parking. We're proposing a 300-unit parking garage, 100 of which will be replacement spaces that you saw previously on the existing space. Next slide, please. This is a view really from Washington Street side, actually Harrison Street side there. Next slide, please. And again, looking from the Boulding Building, you can see the connectivity. We're particularly impressed with the terrace, which will allow people to come out and enjoy the square at both the street level and the terrace level. I want to focus also on the 135,000 square foot lab training office building. We are particularly pleased to be advancing the New Square Life Science Training Center. As we all know, particularly here at the BPDA, cranes are all over this city developing life science properties. That's the good news. The bad news is that the employment chain has been totally disconnected from the greater Roxbury and Dorchester community. The great schools, the Dearborn STEM School, John D. O'Brien Math and Science, Madison Park, Roxbury Community College, and our terrific neighbor, couldn't be more excited about the Benjamin Franklin Institute of Technology being next door to us, will all become opportunities for training to feed this 40,000 plus job opportunity in the life science industry. Next slide, please. I'm going to turn this over now to Tamara. You can take it from here, please, from Stantec. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you, Richard. I'm very happy to be here. The bottom 2 floors of the office building are dedicated to retail and restaurant opportunities for Black market micro businesses and local entrepreneurs, including 41 jobs associated with the Culinary Incubator Program. It will also have seasonal fresh food markets, a demo kitchen for culinary education and cooking events, a mixology bar, and an indoor-outdoor stage. Next. The lab fronts on the new Nubian Square. We call it putting the square back in Nubian Square. It's outdoor flexible space for seasonal programs such as markets, arts and crafts, ice skating. Nearly all of the existing trees are being retained at the corner of Washington and Palmer Streets. Thank you. Next. Again, our landscape architect here is Ground Inc. We collaborated on Artist Way, which connects Ruggles Street to Harrison Avenue with a safe, non-vehicular pedestrian passage. There'll be free outdoor flexible space for seating, music, work cell stalls for 7 Black market artisans. Next. This is a view of a section cutting through the Artist Way where you can see the lab, office, and culinary marketplace. The 300-car garage that Richard mentioned in the center of the site provides much needed parking to enable the success of the existing and new tenants and residents in the square. It also provides those 7 Black market artisan shops at its base. 25% of the stalls in the parking garage will have electric vehicle charging stations with 100% future EV capacity. Next. This project and the next 2 are by Dream Collaborative, and I want to thank them for being our collaborators on this project. There are 15 one-bedroom units with artist preference here at the Artist Housing, 10% at 80%, 10 of them at 80% AMI, 5 at market rate. They'll follow a passive house high-performance standard and be powered by geothermal energy. Next. We have a building that is just artist makerspace on 3 floors. There'll be a membership program that allows many artists in the neighborhood to benefit, and programs will be determined through more outreach to the local artist community. Next. The Cultural Hall, we often call it the pièce de résistance, again, is a Dream Collaborative building. Cultural Hall contains programming for all ages on 3 floors, including a 350-seat auditorium, max incubator space for Boston aerial artists, a ground floor lobby and art gallery along Washington Street, and then a community room on Eustis Street. And its exuberant design makes a statement as the project is approached from Melnia Katz. Next. Eustis Street, we talked a lot about in this process, and there are major improvements. We added a new entrance to the Cultural Hall, to the art yard. We activated a new open space for outdoor seating, movies, digital art, and performances. We're widening the sidewalk with street trees, lighting, and planting. There will be underground utilities and a new painted crosswalk that connects us to the historic firehouse and to Ben Franklin Institute of Technology, which you see in the upper left. Next. There'll also be general improvements to all the sidewalks surrounding the project, shown here. Smooth walking surfaces, new street trees, permeable paving, bike parking, and bike share. Next. That's it.
You're good? Thank you, Roy. I'm not sure whether Richard or yourself, Roy, can explain. I heard you say powered by geothermal.
Yes. Yes, we'll have geothermal wells along the Artist Way, which will provide power, green energy to the artist housing.
Okay, just for, HVAC, for heating and cooling.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Correct. Yep.
I was wondering if you were generating electricity somehow that way. Okay, great. Thank you. So moving on to the public testimony, I'll ask the board if they have any questions first. Seeing none. Teresa?
Sure. Melissa Mills, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you. Am I audible?
Yeah, you are. Thank you.
Thank you for taking my comment. I appreciate being invited to speak. I am a resident of Highland Park. I'm born and raised in Roxbury, and I have been able to take a closer look at this process for buildings just by the fact of being a new realtor. So I've really taken a year to really look at projects, and this one in particular is very exciting. I used to work at 6 Roxbury Street, and the promise of revitalization in the Nubian Square area has been long in coming, and I'm very excited to see something that is so dynamic because with any sort of vibrancy brought to the neighborhood, that aspect of collaboration and the aspect of a space where people not only gather to live but work and play is something that is so needed in such a historical space as Nubian Square. So I'm happy to lend my voice of support as a wearer of many hats, but mainly a resident of Roxbury. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Connie Forbes, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, I'm a long-term Roxbury resident, and a couple of things are kind of troubling to me. I'm thinking the BPDA and the groups here are looking at these as siloed projects. So we have projects on both sides of Washington Street on Melnia Katz being proposed, and on Palmer Street you have a building that's there that hasn't been developed yet. There's no plans for it yet. We haven't seen what that'll be, but no matter what, it's going to impact traffic on the side street of Palmer. The BPDA, I have not heard the developer, maybe it's not their responsibility, but the BPDA has not kind of tied in all these projects because as a resident in the area, traveling from Nubian Square, going to downtown on the Silver Line or wherever else we're going to go, you have construction planned over the next few years that's going to bring major changes in, infrastructure change, et cetera. And there's no comment from the BPDA or anyone to say, how do we survive this massive boom of building? Again, there's buildings on Palmer Street that we don't know what's going to develop into, and Melnia Cass, et cetera. So we'd like to have a comprehensive understanding of how the BPDA, rather than siloing these projects, explaining to the community how they are going to mitigate the damage to our transportation and our access to our own community. And would greatly appreciate that as soon as possible, because that's needed to make decisions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Minor Perez, would you like to unmute yourself?
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Minor Perez representing the Carpenters Union. First, I want to congratulate the developer for putting forward such a well planned out proposal. Carpenters Union, we have a lot of members that live in the area, and we are excited about this proposal. Looking back at the building of the Ferdinand Dean building, we had a lot of members that were able to walk to the project, and they were full with excitement and a lot of pride to be working, being from Roxbury, working in Roxbury. And the Carpenters Union is fully committed to be able to meet the Boston plan. We look forward to partnering it up with the developer in this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Minor. Lucille Jones, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, my name is Lucille Jones. I am a resident of Roxbury/Dorchester, as well as a member of several community organizations. And I'm a little bit concerned about the project in terms of the way that it's been delivered. We've seen 7 stories of this building that's been presented to communities over and over again. But I understand that there was a PDA that was withdrawn that included 12 stories. And I personally would like a guarantee that this will not be a 12-story high-rise coming down in the future. 7 stories, I agree, I love the project, but I would like to know that this is not going to get any higher. And if anybody can confirm that, that would be really great.
Lucille, as the project is being proposed is what's being voted on tonight.
I understand that, but it's been proposed like that to the community for a while, but the community was not aware of other things, other documents that were seen. I just want to make sure that this is not going to be a high rise. Otherwise, I think it's a great project.
Mr. Chairman, okay. We've never proposed 12 stories. And I'm delighted to present what's here now. Thank you.
I could just, good evening, everyone. Michael Christopher, Director of Development Review. Just to clarify on the PDA, there was a potential discussion on a PDA which was withdrawn. The current proposal that is being voted on today is the proposal that is in front of us. Yeah. And all of the matching documents are up on the BPDA project page, which codify that this will not be anything above, I believe, whatever the 7 stories that is being proposed. Thank you.
Yeah, for clarification, the 7-building story cannot become a 12 without going through the process. Again.
Correct.
Teresa, any further people?
No, is there any other further comment? Please raise your hand. Okay. Kai Grant, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Yes, I believe that City Councilor-elect Tanya Anderson is on the line.
Yep, she just raised her hand, so.
Yeah.
Okay. Tanya, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Good evening. Thank you, everyone, for this process. I would actually like to officially go on record, Tanya Fernandez Anderson, District 7 City Councilor-elect, that I actually absolutely love the project. I think that this is definitely the progressive way for us to move our city. I really love the idea of like the possibilities of cross-marketing between the businesses. I love that you're proposing parking with hopes that, it doesn't impact, of course, on residential parking. I do agree with Connie. I would like to see impacts of how the other developments coming impact each other. But I'm absolutely 100% in support of this project. I think it's amazing. Artists are certainly a part of our holistic eco way of life or wellness or holistic wellness. And I myself am an artist and would really appreciate to see a developing city integrate more art spaces into our industries. And absolutely look forward to working with you to ensure that we are hiring residents from our community, women and minorities, and of course, people of color in general. So would love to be a part of that process as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council.
Does anyone else want to testify? Please raise your virtual hand. Mr. Vice Chair, this concludes our public hearing portion of this item.
Thank you, Teresa. With public testimony concluded, any of the board members have any questions?
I do have one letter to read into the record.
Oh, go ahead, Nick, sorry.
No problem. Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm writing on behalf of the Roxbury Action Program in support of the Nubian Square Sense project. Key features of the program that RAP would like to acknowledge are: 1, a cultural hall that will host plays, talent shows for kids, and gospel programs that will bring back nightlife. 2, a desperately needed ownership unit for local artists. 3, a 300-car garage for customer shopping and employee parking. And 4, a planned culinary space. Most importantly, this project will partner with the Benjamin Franklin Institute to train Roxbury students from Boston Public Schools to enter life sciences careers. The project will also help return Nubian Squares to the hustle and bustle of commercial activity on evenings and weekends. I fully support the Nubian Square Ascends project. Thank you, Malcolm C. Wynn, President, Roxbury Action Program, Board of Directors. And that's all for.
Thank you, Nick. Any further questions from the board?
I have one for staff. And it goes to a question that one of the commentators raised. My understanding is that planning, both around individual buildings and transportation impacts, has actually gone on both within this agency and in conjunction with the city's transportation agencies, and that planning process has been going on for years. I personally have attended dozens of meetings that have presented opportunities and provided answers to some of the questions that were raised by one individual here. And I don't want this question to be too much of a softball, but it does seem to me that there have been planning meetings that have addressed these issues for quite some time. So I would ask staff, where can the answers to some of the questions that have been raised here be found? Aren't they embedded in the Plan Nubian documents and in other places where there's been extensive community input?
Dr. Lansdorf, I will happily jump in for that question. Thank you for posing it, and I want to acknowledge and thank Connie for her question. You are correct that the Plan Nubian Square initiative does seek to think not only about design considerations, infrastructure, talk about economic development, housing, et cetera, but there's an opportunity to look at those aspects for those parcels in which that are part of the Nubian Square District. Two things. Number one, each project that is proposed in real time does its own transportation impact study. I'm saying transportation as one key component, but that there are impact studies done on other aspects of each project. And those pieces of information are placed on the project page of the BPDA website. That's point number one. Point number two is that within each project, there are opportunities for review and consideration during the actual Article 80 process. What I will state, though, is that to the question that was raised, one opportunity that certainly could be sought is the ability to quantify and or combine some of that information, particularly for those projects that are being put forward at similar points in time. For example, looking at the FIT Nubian Square and Nubian Ascend, maybe having those documents in one place as opposed to just in each separate project page. That's an opportunity for folks to have access. That's certainly a valid point. But to your point, Dr. Landsberg, yes, the studies that are done for each project are certainly shared and reviewed during the project and/or planning meetings that take place.
Thank you. And then I had one comment. This project seems to address a lot of very serious needs in Nubian Square: parking and workforce development, job training, education, retail development. But the thing that strikes me about it, probably more than anything else, is that it brings, in a way that we don't often see as board members, a sense of real joy to this community. It's not just the way people are rendered in your illustrations. The fact that this initiative supports artists and artist housing and performance space, and the kind of retail that brings people into the neighborhood 7 days a week, into the evenings and the like, is something that I think a number of us would love to see all across the city. And I do think it's kind of a privilege for this very experienced and diverse development team to be before us, really, to show us a project that brings a real sense of joy at a time when a lot of people are really kind of depressed about what's going on in the economy and elsewhere. So I have to say I commend this development team on thinking boldly about the needs of this immediate space and community and responding in a very positive way to those needs.
Thank you so much, Mr. Director Lansmark.
Thanks, Ted. It's a wonderful project, I will say, but it's the most significant part of it for me is the STEM piece, Richard. And it is similar to what the building trades offer with apprenticeships. And, you know, eventually I would hope maybe you'd get sponsorships out of the Biogens and the Pfizers and the Vertexes and so on and so forth as kind of an internship or something where these kids attending that with Ben Franklin right across the street, and a conduit to provide careers, not a job, but actually a career in this evolving. We're so fortunate to have this, the economic engine of the biopharmaceutical industry in our area. And there are a lot of kids all across the city missing out on those jobs. You know, they don't have parents really that work in that field.
That's right.
So it's not being talked about really. I don't even think it's an option for them. So I find that to be the most important part of that project, and there should be more of it, you know, so I commend you for that.
Thank you, Director Monahan. I want to say too that you're absolutely correct. As I said, that these are not kitchen table discussions in our community because the parents have no idea what these careers are all about. So, but the beautiful thing is with the Nubian bus terminal, you can take the #1 bus to MIT and Kendall to work after you're being trained, and the Silver Line all the way to the seaport. So I thank you for all of you for your comments, you and Director Lansmark. We're excited about it and appreciate your support.
Very good, Richard. Are there any further questions or comments from the board? Seeing and hearing none, what's the pleasure of the board?
So moved.
Enthusiastically seconded.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor by roll call, Ms. Downs?
Aye.
I vote in favor of the motion. Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the motion carries. Simultaneous, great, thank you. Simultaneous Spanish interpretation is being provided for this meeting using language interpretation function within Zoom. We ask that you be patient in any case of any technical issues. Language interpretation will not be enabled until instructions on how to access interpretation has been interpreted into Spanish. Once interpretation has been enabled, a globe icon will appear. A reminder to all that speaking today, we ask that everyone speak slowly for the interpreters. If you are speaking too quickly, I may interrupt you and ask you to speak slower, so thank you. To enable interpretation for Spanish, please click on the globe icon on the bottom of your screen and select Spanish. Also, you must mute original audio. Sophia, will you now interpret the instructions I just gave?
Yes, good evening. My name is Sofía and I will be your Spanish interpreter. Buenas noches, mi nombre es Sofía y seré su intérprete de español. Para poder tener acceso a la interpretación simultánea en español que será proporcionada en esta reunión, deberá utilizar la función de Zoom de la interpretación del lenguaje. Le pedimos que sea paciente con cualquier problema técnico. Las instrucciones son como siguen. Luego de que el servicio de interpretación simultánea del lenguaje esté disponible, aparecerá un globo en la parte inferior de la pantalla. Ustedes seleccionarán el idioma llamado Spanish, deletreado S-P-A-N-I-S-H. Para español, deberá apagar su micrófono para poder accesar la función de interpretación. Gracias.
Thank you. Ahmad, would you turn interpretation on now? And we are going to wait just a little bit to allow folks to join the interpretation channel.
You can jump back to my screen too. Thanks.
If you have difficulty activating interpretation, please call the phone number on the screen. Please take note of the phone number on the screen. If you have difficulties later in the meeting, you may call that number. This is a public hearing before the Boston Redevelopment Authority doing business as the Boston Planning and Development Agency, being held in conformance with Section 80A-2, Section 80B-5, and Section 80C-5. To consider the proposed development plan for Plan Development Area Number 131, 323-365 Dorchester Avenue Development, and to consider the project as a development impact project. The hearing was duly advertised on December 3rd, 2021 in the Boston Herald newspaper. This is a BPDA hearing on a proposed petition by the agency. Staff members will first present their case and are subject to questioning by members of the agency. Thereafter, anyone who wishes to testify about the proposed project will be afforded an opportunity. We are taking support and opposition at the same time. If you are planning to testify, please take time now to verify that your computer microphone is active. Click the hand icon on your Zoom control panel. This will signal staff that you would like to speak. When your hand is raised, it will be blue. If you are calling into the meeting and would like to testify, please dial *9 to raise your hand. When I call for all testimony, staff will announce your name and allow you to talk. You must unmute your microphone. Your webcam will not be active. In an effort to accommodate all who would like to speak about this proposal, each person will be given up to 2 minutes to comment. BPDA staff will indicate when 30 seconds remain. At that time, please conclude your remarks so that the hearing may continue and others may be heard. At the conclusion of all oral testimony, any emailed testimony will be read aloud. Finally, The proponents are allowed a period of 5 to 10 minutes for rebuttal if they so desire. Stephen Harvey will now begin the presentation.
And thank you, Vice Chair, members of the board, Madam Secretary, Director Golden. My name is Stephen Harvey and I'm a project manager at the BPDA. Thank you for your time today. The project I bring before you today is a development plan for Planned Development Area, PDA number 131, located at 323-365 Dorchester Ave in South Boston. The development plan calls for the construction of 2 residential buildings totaling up to 352,750 square feet with up to 310 units, 2 life science buildings totaling up to 623,000 square feet of life science space, and up to 50,000 square feet of retail and restaurant space. The development plan PDA also proposes the creation of a new public-private street network, underground infrastructure, and sizable public realm space. Along with the 4 buildings, infrastructure improvements, and public realm improvements, the development plan PDA also exceeds 13% IDP requirements, instead providing 17% IDP. The project will also provide a little over $7.4 million to the Neighborhood Housing Trust and a little over $1.3 million to the Neighborhood Jobs Trust, and a commercial density bonus payment of $7 million. Next slide, please. I can confirm that this development plan PDA strives to meet the expectations outlined in the Plan South Boston Dorchester Ave Planning Initiative. The planning initiative calls for the revitalization of South Boston's low-density industrial area along Dorchester Ave by supporting new urban mixed-use development while creating a walkable 21st century neighborhood. Again, the proponent worked hard with BPDA, city, and BTA staff, as well as community and elected officials to closely meet planning goals and community expectations. To close, the development plan PDA has a wide support from local South Boston residents and both local community groups, Andrew Square Civic Association and West Broadway Neighborhood Association, respectively. The project also has support from Massachusetts Congressman Stephen Lynch, at-large City Councilor Michael Flaherty, and District City Councilor Edward Flynn, which the development team and I are very much thankful for. With all that said, I would now like to hand over the presentation to National Development's Matthew Davis. Matt will run through the project presentation and answer any questions put forward by the board. Jeff Lowenberg and Ed Masterson of National Development are also available to take questions as well. Thank you again for your time this evening.
Thank you, Stephen, and thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the board, Director Golden, and Madam Secretary. As Stephen mentioned, I'm here tonight with my colleagues Ed Marsteiner and Jeff Lowenberg to discuss our proposed project at 365 Dorchester Avenue. We're really excited to be presenting the project as one of the first large proposals to go to the board within the planned Dorchester Ave study area. The project is really the direct result of 4 years of collaboration with the neighborhood's impact advisory group members, local elected officials in the BPDA. And those efforts really started more than 10 years ago and have been really culminated in the planned Dorchester Ave study, which was released in 2016. We would not be here without all of the efforts of the community members and the BPDA staff and local elected officials. So we just want to thank them up front. It's made our project better and we're thrilled to be here. As Stephen mentioned, our project incorporates the framework of Plan.Ave while also addressing immediate site-specific goals and feedback from many stakeholders that we heard throughout the community engagement process. And before we dive into our specific proposal, I just want to kind of highlight some of those goals and objectives. So particularly, we heard the desire for meaningful open space oriented toward the existing neighborhoods in Dorchester Avenue, a balance of uses in our project with ground floor amenities and active uses that establish the neighborhood as an 18-hour-a-day active, vibrant place. meaningful infrastructure, streetscape, and transportation improvements, not just to enable future growth, but also to enhance the current conditions in the neighborhood and the limited public realm, and an appropriate scale and contextual design for our project. Given we're one of the first projects to move forward in the area, ensuring the project feels comfortable and appropriate in the immediate surroundings, as well as when the corridor is fully built out at a much greater density was a key priority. And so we believe our project really has incorporated a combination of the framework plan of Plan.av, while also incorporating some immediate goals and providing a robust set of public benefits and mitigation. So next slide. We have quite a few context slides, so I'll quickly run through them. First is just an overview of the Plan.av study area that's outlined in red. Our project site lies in the middle of it, kind of equidistant between Broadway and Andrews Station on the MBTA red line. Next slide. As we flip to an overhead aerial view, I think the kind of two things we like to call out here are to the west of us, all of the adjacent infrastructure from the MBTA commuter rail lines, the South Boston Bypass Road, I-93, and to the east of us, a really dense existing residential neighborhood. And what that does is it enables us to both meet the needs of this existing neighborhood while also connecting to this more regional infrastructure. Next slide. As a quick side note, National Development also owns and controls a few other parcels in the immediate vicinity. Today we're talking about the area shaded in light yellow, which is 5.4 acre site at 365 Dorchester Ave. But we're very committed to realizing all the potential in the neighborhood, and we're excited to be a long-term partner with the neighborhood. Next slide. One more aerial, just underscoring the adjacent infrastructure to our west, as well as our proximity to downtown and to Broadway Station. You kind of get a sense of the scale of the site from this view as well. Next slide. Often when we start the design process, we like to look back into a place's context and history. And this area in particular in South Boston has a long history of innovation and industry, beginning really when the land was first built on. And that has helped inform the way we're thinking about our architecture, design, materiality, as we conceptualize what that next iteration of innovation and activity can become. Next slide. Today, as you walk around the corridor, the built environment is a bit of a more insularly focused and functional character, primarily oriented toward trucks and vehicles. But there's quite a few really unique architectural elements that we can draw inspiration from, and we've tried to do that in our proposal. Next slide. On our specific site, we have a little bit more of a blank canvas. Our buildings are a newer vintage, and really the site is primarily impervious asphalt with a limited storefront and limited public realm experience, all of which we think really is going to help underscore the dramatic transformation our project will bring to the neighborhood. So next slide. So jumping to our proposal, we like to start at the ground floor and then work our way up the building. So the first component of our project I'd like to share is that 50% of our private parcel area is actually going to become a combination of this new street network, open space, expanded sidewalks, public realm, with a new and enhanced multimodal transportation infrastructure. So you can see the framework of this new street grid with two new north-south streets, Ellery Street and Service Road at the far western edge. Both of those streets will be dedicated as public rights-of-way, as well as Dorchester Ave's current right-of-way will be expanded by 20 feet to create a 30-foot sidewalk zone. Additionally, there are open spaces that push from east to west and help draw people into the project area. And you can see we're also incorporating at the Dorchester Ave side, expanded bump outs that help bring the open space out to Dorchester Ave. So if you're walking further down the street, you'll have long views and vistas where you can see that open space and that transformation occurring just further down the street. We also are incorporating 2 east-west streets at the northern and southern edges of our property. And altogether, we're planning to dedicate 1.6 acres of our 5.4 acre site as new public rights-of-way. Additionally, our proposal is a balance of uses, as Stephen mentioned. There's 2 residential buildings, 333 Dorchester Avenue and the West Residential Building, which are located on the top right of the page and the bottom left, and 2 commercial buildings, the West Commercial at the top left and the 345 Dorchester Ave at the bottom right. We are intentionally mixing those uses up to really try to accomplish that goal of creating an 18-hour neighborhood. We think it's great when people are coming into work and going and leaving for work and coming in after work and leaving. It puts more people on the street, it activates the project. And we've also intentionally spread the lobby locations into different parts of the site so that there's activity all over the area. And really the goal here again is to make the project vibrant and active from day one when we deliver it, and also kind of be able to pick up a future energy and development character for the entire corridor as it gets built out. For our residential buildings, we currently contemplate 1 is rental and 1 is homeownership. And as Stephen mentioned, both are at 17% affordability. We've incorporated a variety of scales of retail. You can see there's the salmon color is all retail space, and they can be combined to create a larger mid-sized market space, as well as be broken into smaller, more local retail spaces. And as part of our public benefits package, we are working with the BPDA to incorporate local retailers with subsidized space. The open space, as I mentioned, it's oriented in east-west fashion, and we've also broken up that scale. So the eastern open space is a finer grain of program with smaller rooms. And then as you move to the west, there's a larger kind of programmatic goal of having a bit more flexibility. Ellery Street, which connects the 2 open spaces, is designed with a tabletop design that prioritizes the pedestrians versus the vehicular traffic. And on major events or big programming days, we'll be able to combine the 2 open spaces and actually close Ellery Street to vehicular traffic, which met some of the neighborhood's programming goals for their open spaces, which were for them to feel comfortable on any given Tuesday, as well as to work to support larger events and programming for the neighborhood. Next slide. So looking at the massing, the other key criteria that we heard was in plan.av, there's a variety of heights, but our program or our area has a 300-foot height. It was clear that delivering, in conversations with the community, local elected officials, BPDA, that delivering our project at a 300-foot height would feel like a sore thumb. So we've intentionally crafted the massing to step down to the neighborhood. So the 333 Dorchester Ave site, which is at the right of this image, you can see kind of a cascading series of masses that's meant to really bring the building down as we approach the neighborhoods. Next slide. Looking from the north, kind of more from Broadway Station area, you can also see that same stepping. The western buildings have a greater height. I should also add that all of our buildings are capped at 200 feet. And as you move to 333 at the left of this image, it steps all the way down to 86 feet. Next slide. On the west, as I was mentioning, you have these longer views and vistas over the infrastructure edge. So we have a bit more height, and that'll give the buildings a longer range prominence as well and help define the corridor in the area. Next slide. Same concept from the south. Next slide. Looking at an aerial, you can start to see how the building massing works around the existing conditions. And if you flip to the next slide. You'll also see that stepping a little bit more pronounced as you get closer to the adjacent FW Web building and 285, 297 Dorchester Ave. So I know I'm running out of time, so we just have a couple images from the open space. This is that same view from Dorchester Ave that kind of has those older warehouse buildings. So the vision that we've set for our open space is really this vibrant greening of Dorchester Ave, prominent bike lanes, varied scale of planters, and then if you flip to the next slide, I'm out of time. I just had two other images of the landscape, but they're reinforcing the same point. So happy to stop here. I'll just conclude with one last thing, which is to thank the neighborhoods, the BPDA, and the IAG members, the local elected officials, for again setting this vision for Dorchester Ave. We're thrilled to start to realize it and are excited to be a part of the neighborhood for the long term.
Mike, you're muted.
Sorry, Matthew, I muted myself. So I have a quick question. All the properties that have the newly erected American flag poles with the flag on it, are those Nationals properties?
I don't believe so. We have the properties that have the holiday decorations on them up toward the Dorchester Ave and Old Colony intersection.
Okay. It must be another developer. If you go from Andrews Station to Broadway on the left-hand side, you'll see all these newly erected American flags. And I was told that it's a developer. I just didn't know if it was you guys.
That's not us. That's the neighboring developer, but.
Okay. I didn't know if it was you guys or them. I can't think of who they are, but you don't have to mention their names. So as we go on to the public testimony, before I do, any of the board members have any questions? Okay. Teresa, you have people waiting?
Sure. Congressman Lynch is on. We'll start with him.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Thank you as well, Madam Secretary, Director Golden, and members of the board. Good to be with you. I have submitted a more detailed letter of support to the board on this project. This has been I didn't realize it was 4 years, but I guess that is correct. It's been a while. And I guess the time taken up by the elected officials and the community groups to make sure that we got this project right is probably part of the cause that it took 4 years. But I think it was time well spent. This project right now, I think, addresses all of the neighborhood's concerns. It's got over and above what the affordable housing goals would be for the city. It has incorporated open space requirements and desires in the neighborhood. As the proponents pointed out, Mr. Vice Chairman, you'll know this is the Mark Company's old yard, the Crane Yard. I worked for Dan Marr, steel erection, for a few years, and this whole area was really low density industrial. And you know, we're really excited about this project. It has taken a while, but I'll tell you, it has benefited from the extra effort taken by the National Development Team. I do want to thank Ed Marsteiner and Jeff Lowenberg and Matt Davis. I want to thank Steve Harvey as well for sort of being the guide to work out the problems that were identified by the local neighborhood groups. You know, the West Broadway Civic Association as well as Andrews Square. We had two very energized community groups and IAGs there that were very, very involved. My hat goes off to Director Golden and Mike Christopher and their team, the BPDA staff. You know, there were twists and turns in this process over the last 4 years, but I really do think that they've got it right. We're really excited about the end result here. This will really animate and activate that whole area. You know, sometimes that's my jogging route on some days, and it can be a little bit difficult, you know, a little bit more industrial than you would like, but with the wider sidewalks, with the open space, you know, we're really excited about it. I think I speak on behalf of all the elected officials. I know some of them are probably on the call, but you know, we're really happy with the way this has worked. And there was some give and take here. There really was, and it was a longer process than we would have anticipated at the beginning. But again, I think it's all to the benefit of the community. So I'm happy and proud to support this project. They've reduced some of the density there on the site, but I think it's more compatible with what the community has right now, and I think it'll be a positive addition to the neighborhood. And since it's the first project along this corridor, I think it might serve as an example to others who desire to develop. The developer you were talking about with the American flags, that's the core development. They're also proposing similar developments along this corridor, and you know, it provides a lot of housing and improvements here, so we're really excited about it. So I want to yield back. I want to thank you for giving me the courtesy of speaking. I want to wish all of your members and families a Merry Christmas and a safe and Happy New Year. Thank you.
Thanks, Congressman. And yeah, I remember Gold's Gym was Ralph Pill Electric Supply, Ma, Karas, and Karas. That whole corridor is going to change. People won't even recognize it.
Yeah, I actually worked for Shaughnessy, for Karas and Mar. So, you know, I spent a lot of time in that area working for those great companies. So, happy to see something good happen there as well for housing and the future of the community.
Someone's going to come out of the Chippewa Club, Steve, and they won't know what hit them. They say, what happened? It changed. Very good. Well, Teresa, anybody further? Thanks, Congressman.
Yes, indeed. There's someone with the phone number with the last four digits, 1545. You can unmute yourself by hitting *6. You are still muted. Oh, go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Patty McCormick, Vice President of Andrews Square Civic Association, and I'm an IAG member for this proposal before you. And I'd just like to say hello to Congressman Lynch. We appreciate all the work you do in our neighborhood. And I know I speak for many when I say we are very excited to get to this point. The residents of Andrews Square have waited a long time for Plan .Ave. In fact, we had plans before .Ave was even a plan. And I'd like to thank Ed Marsteiner and his team at National. They've brought a vibrancy and breath of life into Old Colony Ave, and we believe this plan will do the same for .Ave. In fact, we know it will. And I'd like to go on record to enthusiastically support 323, 365 Dorchester Ave. Thank you all.
Thank you. Minor Perez, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Mr. Vice Chair, members of the board, Minor Perez representing the Carpenters Union. I want to take this opportunity to thank Mayor Michelle Wu for allowing the community to be part of the process. I also want to thank our electeds in South Boston for being on top of this as always. The Carpenters Union, we are not here to testify only as a labor organization on behalf of our members, also as neighbors. We have the pride of our organization, our headquarters at 750 Dorchester Ave, a few blocks down the street, and we're really proud to be here in support of this project. We think it's great for the neighborhood, and we thank the developer for committing and for being very responsive to the community. This being the last hearing of the night, and I know I won't see you guys not to January, so I want to wish you all a Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays.
Thank you, Minor. Have a happy holiday. Jennifer Ledette, you can unmute yourself. Jennifer, you're not unmuted. Jennifer, you need to unmute yourself. Okay. I'm going to move on to John Pikatsky, I believe. Can you unmute yourself?
Yes, thank you very much. My name is John Pikatowski, lifelong resident of Andrews Square, small business owner also in Andrews Square, IAG member since the original LOI and PNF was put forth. Amazing, 4 years. But we've reached the point now. I'd just like to thank the cooperation from the Congressman's office, our elected officials, and Steve Harvey for putting together all the facts that everybody can just get a good oversight of things and grasp and understand what's going on here. But this project is largely overdue. It's going to bring in the type of influx that's needed, vibrancy that's needed in this neighborhood. The tenants, it's going to bring culture. People are going to be in this area. They're not going to work and leaving. They will stay, eat, play. It's just a totally great thing. And I know the work that National Development's team has done. Believe me, I've been on board, like I said. And I thank Ed, Matt, and Jeff for really working this through, because a lot of changes took place over the times. But as Congressman Lynch said, I think we got this right. And this is so important because this is a gateway area to South Boston. It's a pinnacle triangle per se. And I'm just happy to see we're at this stage, and hopefully the green light is issued. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Teresa, that other person able to unmute themselves?
Hello, yes, thank you. Hi, my name is Jennifer Leday. I'm the president of the WBNA, West Broadway Neighborhood Association. I'd like to come in here to say we are also 100% in support of this project. We thank the team for their work, and we want to show our support for the project as is. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Teresa, anyone further?
Is there anyone else who would like to testify? Please raise your hand. Vice Chairman, I think this concludes our public hearing portion of the agenda item.
Good. With the conclusion, Stephen, do you have any written testimony for the record?
Stephen, you're muted.
Sorry, no, Vice Chair.
Very good. Thank you, Steve. Are there any questions of the board?
I have one comment, and that is that I'm very pleased that national development is really anchoring and starting off the larger development along this strip for many reasons, but the most prominent is that in their illustrations, they showed young people and families, groups that were, and individuals that were racially diverse. They showed seniors, and they showed a person in a wheelchair. And by establishing an intention that this is going to be a neighborhood that's open to everyone, I think they're sending an important message to everyone who follows in the development path down Dot Ave.
Thank you, Ted. Any further comments or questions? Seeing or hearing none, was the pleasure of the board?
So moved.
Is there a second? Motion made and seconded. All those in favor by roll call? Ms. Downs?
Aye.
I vote in favor of the motion. Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the motion passes. Teresa, I believe we're going back to item 21, is it?
That is correct, item 21.
Good. Bear with me as I scroll backwards. Okay.
Mientras voy hacia atrás. Oh,
Very good. Number 21, request authorization to issue a certification of approval in accordance with Article 80E, small project review of the zoning code for the construction of 30 residential units, including 4 IDP units, ground floor retail, 30 bicycle spaces, and 30 parking spaces located at 1318 River Street, and to take all related action. And as I mentioned before, this was the project Council Arroyo's office spoke in favor of. Are there any questions from the board? Seeing and hearing none.
I'm sorry, we need to take the presentation from the developer.
Oh, sorry. Ebony?
Yep. Thank you again, Vice Chair, members of the board, Madam Secretary, and Director Golden. The proposed development before you is 1318 River Street in Hyde Park. HP Trax Realty LLC proposes to construct an approximately 35,715 square foot building. The building will contain 4 stories, 30 residential rental units, 30 off-street parking spaces, 30 bicycle parking spaces, and ground floor retail accessed from River Street. Additionally, the proposed project will improve the transportation infrastructure and pedestrian experience at the corner of River Street and Business Street by creating a new publicly accessible plaza, which will also be used as outdoor seating space for the ground floor retail space. The small project review application was filed on September 30th, 2020. Public meetings were held virtually on October 26th, December 7th, and March 9th of 2020, and September 1st of 2021. The comment period concluded on September 15th of this year. During the community process, we received many comments regarding concern for the original proposal's excessive height and insufficient number of parking spaces. The development team was responsive to community feedback by reducing the height of the building and increasing the number of parking spaces to create the updated project before you today. The revisions were well received in the community and also garnered support from Councilor Arroyo. At this time, I will turn it over to the development team to go over their presentation in more detail, after which we would be happy to take any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ebony. Good evening, Vice Chair Monahan, members of the board, Director Golden, Secretary Palamas. It's John Plugini. I'm the attorney for this proposal that's before you. Thank you for having us here tonight. As Ebony stated, so this project's located on the corner of Business Street and River Street, right outside Clary Square. You can see from this aerial photo, it is directly adjacent to the Hyde Park commuter rail. And over the bridge to the right there is transportation. It's a 2-minute walk down to bus lines that would take you to Forest Hills for the Orange Line, and also a bus line that would take you to Mattapan for access to the Red Line. Next page. Again, another aerial photo. You can see it down in the toward the lower mid-left. It's kind of a V-shaped building. It's the former Junior's Automotive repair shop. And then again, you can see how TOD this project is. You can see the commuter rail station, which is literally right across the street from it. Next page. This is a site plan that just shows you where the project sits, but more importantly, as Ebony stated, as part of this proposal, we're doing some street calming effects and actually creating a public pocket park that will be used by everybody, give some green space to the area, and also make it much more pedestrian safe. Could I go to the next page? This is the garage floor plan. You can see the parking. We're using stacking systems as well as some surface parking. Next page. Just a floor plan which is identical going all the way up. It's going to be 9 studios, 12 one-beds, 9 two-beds. And we'll also have retail space on the first floor. Next page. This is an area, elevation looking at it from River Street. Next page, and you can see above, you can see the context of the building and how it lays out with what's surrounding it. Next page. Another elevation drawing. This is from Business Street. Next page. Here you can see on the top left, this is a view looking down River Street from Clary Square towards Sunnyside. You can see the building on your left. On the right top, you see another view of the building that is looking from Sunnyside toward Clary Square, which you can see in the background there. On the lower left, that is a view of the building when you're looking at it from the train station across Business Street, and you can see to the right there the public pocket park that will be created. And then on the lower right, it's another view down River Street looking back toward Clary Square. Next page. And that's it. So we're excited to be here. This project was 2 years in process as far as community process. As Ebony stated, the building shrunk in size. There was some concern about parking, so we raised the parking limits to 1-to-1. Again, it is directly adjacent to the commuter rail station, and it really is the gateway to Hyde Park. If you're coming either from West Roxbury or from Dedham, it's really the first thing that you see. The building that was there before, or is there currently, is just a one-story concrete building, never-ending curb cuts, and it's kind of a blight in the community. But we're really excited. We think this will be a great improvement to what's there now and bring some much-needed pedestrian traffic into Clary Square, where the business district is really suffering. We only have, very few restaurants and a lot of empty retail spaces in both Logan and Clary Square. But again, we thank you for this opportunity to appear before you tonight, and we're here to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, John. Any questions from the board? Seeing and hearing none, what's the pleasure of the board?
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor by roll call, Ms. Downs?
Aye.
I vote in favor of the motion. Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
And Mr. Miller?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, everybody. We hope you have a great Christmas.
Thanks,
Stay
John.
safe.
Thanks, John.
Number 22, request authorization to issue a determination pursuant to 80A-6 of the zoning code in connection with the product notice of project change for parcel 12 development located on land and air rights parcels above and adjacent to the Massachusetts Turnpike to update the use of up to approximately 118,191 square feet of the project as life sciences research and development space, biosafety level 2, which is permitted within the development plan, and to take all related action. Ashley?
Thank you. Good evening, Director Golden, Vice Chair Monahan, Madam Secretary, members of the board. In August of 2019, this board approved the Mass DOT Air Rights Parcel 12 project, the end result of a years-long planning and community engagement process to revitalize the intersection of Newbury Street, Massachusetts Avenue, and Boylston Street in the Back Bay through the development of land and air rights parcels above and adjacent to the Massachusetts Turnpike. The approval of the Parcel 12 project allowed for the construction of 655,683 gross square feet of mixed-use development, including a primarily office component at the intersection of Massachusetts Avenue and Boylston Street, and a primarily hotel component at the intersection of Massachusetts Avenue and Newbury Street, to be joined at the ground level by a primarily retail and restaurant component, which wraps around a new urban plaza in an elevated, publicly accessible landscape plaza. The project will be supported by a 2-level below-grade garage with parking for 150 vehicles. Following the BPDA Board's approval of the project and the Boston Zoning Commission's approval of the development plan for planned development area number 125, Parcel 12, Back Bay, in September of 2019, the proponent received an initial building permit and site enabling work commenced in July of last year. Samuels & Associates filed a notice of project change with the BPDA on October 27, 2021, to affirm the programming uses of the project's primarily office component. The NPC before the board this evening for consideration seeks to update the use of up to approximately 118,191 square feet of the Parcel 12 project as life sciences and research and development space, which is permitted within the development plan. The NPC proposes no further revisions to the project other than the confirmation of this programming use. The approval of this NPC would revise the programming of the Parcel 12 project as further detailed in your board memo. We're joined this evening by Abe Menton of Samuels & Associates, who will be able to offer some further detail on the NPC, as well as provide a general project update. Abe and I will be happy to answer any questions the board may have after Abe's presentation.
Thank you, Ashley.
Thank you, Aisling, and thank you to the members of the board for some time this evening. I think we could advance. Just a little background. I think this was a planning slide from our prior board approval. I think, as everybody knows, air rights have been a long time in coming, and we have some great images to show of the status of the project that I think would be particularly interesting, since this is the first air rights construction happening in 4 decades or so. Can we maybe just go to the next slide? So I think really just want to highlight, this is really an affirmation of some uses that are allowed under the PDA and pretty technical in nature. We're not changing the building from an impact perspective. But I think it's important perspective. It's hard to believe it's been since August 2019 that we were at the BPDA. We broke ground on this project in July of 2020. So 3 months into the pandemic, in the darkest hours of really people's outlook on life. And I think what got this project into construction was our ability to get the confidence of a lot of third parties, lenders, et cetera. And really the fundamental reason for that was that we had a really great plan that came out of an amazing community process. And so we're incredibly grateful to the staff. There were literally dozens of staff members at all levels of the city, the state, the neighborhood, that all work together. And it's amazing what we can do when we work together. So if we could just advance here. So just a few progress photos. I'll be quick. I know it's late. A few photos. On the left, you can see the original Turnpike Extension project, and pile of rubble on the left is where the current or the highway ramp, as reconfigured in the 1960s, was built. They demolished essentially a block of Newbury Street that we're trying to recreate at that intersection. And you can see the middle photo indicates the ramp in its up until about a year and a half ago, its configuration. We've now actually, one of the first things, almost an enabling phase for the construction on that side of the project, was to move the ramp, reconfigure it, make it much safer. And so you've probably already seen that work is in place. Next. These are just some photos of some incredibly complicated working conditions. Workers, 7-8 feet away from the rail line, installing foundation elements. We have something like 5 different deep foundation elements. About 800 elements have been drilled or installed. 2 lanes of railroad and 4 lanes of active highway that we're building around. Next. This is just a photo of the median construction of the wall that supports the deck, just being poured. That was the first wall that we built, and then in order to limit disruption of the highway, we then moved to the slow and fast lane work zones. Next. And this is actually an even narrower work zone in the slow lane where there was only 1 width of roadway. You can see the deck support walls going in on both sides, on all sides of the highway. Next. And then this is just prior to starting to cap over when the walls were built. Next. An aerial view, and you can see foundation construction on both sides of the highway, really almost 3 different projects. We had the islands of work in the highway and the work on both sides with 20-foot deep excavation right next to the railroad tracks. Really an incredible feat for the engineers that worked on this and the construction professionals. Next. Just another image of the Boylston Street work. And actually bottoming, we just recently bottomed out and lifted the last piece of equipment out of the hole on the right there. Next. We can just keep going. I think it's probably pretty late, but just one note, we have started to cap over the railroad, which was our first first horizontal work as part of the deck. So actually this weekend we'll be completing the capping over the railroad, which is a great accomplishment for all the people that worked on this. Next. So as I said, we've completed a lot of the hard deck work. We will be doing the work over the highway this winter. The building itself, while this work is all happening, is being, components are being fabricated off-site, and we're actually going to be wrapping up work by middle of 23. Next. We can keep going. Just some work that we've been able to piggyback with DOT to avoid some impacts on the community while these work lane closures have been in place. The state's been very proactive about that, which has been, I think, appreciated by the community. Next. So just on the uses, when we broke ground in July 2020, we had anticipated a variety of uses in the Boylston Street component. We had analyzed the project in 2019 and during the Article 80 process as primarily office. We didn't anticipate there would be R&D uses, dry lab, computational biology, wet lab, and so those uses were included in the PDA, but we had to pick a use to analyze, and we're seeing increasingly over the last several years, in particular, kind of a blurring of the lines between these uses, and that some of these uses may be, even combined on a single floor. So we wanted to go back and make sure everyone is aware of the uses, that the impacts have been analyzed from an Article 80 perspective, and so we've done that. The building will still be primarily office, a relatively small component, primarily on the lower floors, that would be designated for life science space. If we could go to the next slide. So we looked at any Article 80 impacts. We really, because the building is primarily office, we've been able to thoughtfully locate air handling equipment inside the building rather than the typical lab building. And so there's been no changes that would impact any of the Article 80 impacts, wind, shadow, any of the visible qualities of the building, groundwater, noise, trip generation, none of those are impacted. We have slight increase in water and wastewater use. We did analyze the energy model and found that our energy savings were as originally proposed at about 22%. So from a visible perspective, people will not know that this is, that there even are life science uses in the building without, going inside and looking at the tenant directory. Next slide. Just a quick summary of our original community benefits. We've already reconfigured the highway ramp. We're in the process of rebuilding the Mass Avenue intersection with Newbury Street to improve the conditions for pedestrians, bicyclists, bus operations, the Green Line connections from Mass Ave to the Heinz Convention Station, and brand new bus accommodations as well. Next slide, please. And of course, all of the urban design benefits that come with filling in this hole and connecting the loop around from Newbury Street to Boylston Street. We have a ½ acre civic space that has been part of the project since the community input phase, and will be beautifully landscaped and over $5 million of linkage contributions. Next. Building was committed and will remain a LEED Gold building. Next. And just a reminder, this was a LEED Gold building and actually one of the first. The hotel building is an electrified building, one of the first high-rise, if not the first high-rise use of electric HVAC in the city. Next. So with that, I will turn it over for questions.
I have a quick question. Air rights construction, do you have a rough percentage of what the increased costs are in construction?
That's a really complicated question to answer. I mean, it's almost, it's so site specific, but I can tell you there's over $100 million worth of infrastructure just to get the deck and the ramp and on this particular project. It's an incredible effort, and it's almost impossible to really identify until you're somewhat through the process. There's just so many operational and unknown challenges that impact the work. But we had a great collaboration with DOT and MBTA. The work was really, really well planned. They are experts in figuring out how to build this stuff. So we've learned a lot from them, and all things considered, it's gone really, really well.
Yeah, you were fortunate. You had land on both sides, and you had a medium that you could do this to, build that deck. But would it be, you think, anywhere between 20 and 35%? Would it be, just curious, for future costs, if these deals make sense,
Yeah, no, I would say, I think that's a reasonable percentage. It's also site, as you said, site specific, and without land on either side, it would certainly be harder.
Yeah. Right, very good. Thank you. Great project. Are there any questions of the board? Comments?
Great project.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yes.
Amazing.
Yeah,
Seeing and hearing none, what's the pleasure of the board?
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor by roll call. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
I vote in favor of the project. Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you.
Number 23, request authorization to adopt a second amendment to the report and decision on the 252-258 Huntington Avenue, Chapter 121A project, which involves approval of certain proposed zoning deviations. In the board?
Thank you, and good evening, members of the board, Madam Secretary, Director Golden. I'm here to request approval of the second amendment to the Chapter 121A report and decision related to the proposed project at 252-258 Huntington Avenue, located in the Fenway neighborhood. The project was originally approved by the BPDA board on December 14, 2017. It consists of approximately 400,500 square foot and 362-foot tall mixed-use building with up to 426 residential units, 7,500 square feet of retail and restaurant services on the first two levels, 14,000 square feet of cultural space for use by the Huntington Theatre Company. Additionally, it also includes the renovation of the existing Huntington Theatre and the replacement of the annex building behind it with a 37,000 square foot, 5-story mixed-use building with 2 stories below grade to house supportive services for the theater. Through the resulting agreement, the parcels which houses the 890-seat Huntington Avenue Theater has been subject to a use restriction to ensure that the theater maintains its use and remains a performance center in the long term. In 2019, the proponent filed a notice of project change, which resulted in the addition of approximately 25,000 square feet of gross floor area and 20 housing units within the same building envelope. This change also resulted in the FAR of the parcel increasing from 23.7 to 25.2. The BPDA board voted to approve this notice of project change in July 2019. However, the underlying zoning defined in the Chapter 121A agreement was not updated at that time. So I am here today to request the approval of this amendment to the Chapter 121A report and decision in order to make the underlying zoning consistent with the already approved notice of project change. Besides correcting the amended report and decision to reflect the accurate GFA and FAR, as reviewed and approved by the board 2 years ago, there are no other changes proposed under the second amendment at this time. Jared Eigerman, representing the proponent, is with us on the call today. Jared or I would be happy to take any questions from the board. Thank you.
Thank you. Does that conclude, Nicole?
Yes, sir, that concludes my remarks.
Very good. Any questions from the board? Seeing and hearing none, What's the pleasure of the board?
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor by roll call, Ms. Downs?
Aye.
I vote in favor. Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the motion carries. I think Teresa, we're moving on to personnel.
That's correct.
David?
Yes, thank you, Vice Chairman, members of the board, Director Golden, Madam Secretary, David Peer, Director of Human Resources, and for BRA, there is one appointment, Daniel Polanco, Project Manager and Development Review with an effective date of November 29th. There are 4 status changes with details in your board packet. There is one travel request with details in your board packet, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions from the board? Seeing and hearing none, what's the pleasure of the board?
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor will indicate in the roll call. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
I vote in favor. Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
We need a motion to pay the bills.
I move that the BPDA pays its bills.
I second that.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor indicate by the roll call. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
I vote in favor. Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
Motion carries. The bills will be paid. Director Golden?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and through you to the members. We're ending 2021 in a big way with some significant approvals that are going to pay great dividend for the people of Boston for years to come. You've just approved 1.8 million square feet of new development tonight. This speaks to more than 3,000 full-time jobs. That's both construction and non-construction jobs that flow from these projects. 234 income restricted units were approved tonight out of a total of 362. That's a really important number with regard to the creation of affordable housing units. If you look at the whole year, I'll have these numbers better for you in January, but if you look at 2021, we are significantly over 20% of all approved units with an income restriction on them. So that is an unusual number, a very welcome number. I also want to celebrate just quickly 2 of the significant projects approved tonight. Dorchester Avenue and National Developments Project, transformative. Years and years of planning and conversation. That was referenced multiple times tonight. It was a long process, but we started engaging the neighborhood years ago about what Dorchester Avenue could become. And this project is a leading indicator of what's going to happen all along that corridor between Andrews Square and Broadway. It is an important approval tonight, and I think that those who participated in the process appreciate that it is finally coming to fruition. Over in Nubian Square, the Nubian Ascends project, where do you begin there? That, once again, significant years of BPDA planning with the community. Plan Nubian Square identified a variety of sites for development, worked closely with the community about what the community sought for these locations. This project right in the heart of Nubian Square will bring 200,000 square feet of lab, office, culinary, marketplace space, artist space, maker space, and housing. So 2 significant approvals, very exciting, and they're the results of really good BPDA staff work in the neighborhoods, engaging people in an inclusive fashion, and coming up with development proposals that can be embraced by both the planning agency and the neighborhoods, civic and community leaders. We saw a lot of that tonight. So thank you for those votes. Tonight we're going to say goodbye. This is a really important farewell to Renee LaFave. She's the agency's general counsel. This is a really painful loss for us because first, we love her, and second, it's a big loss to the agency because of the intelligence and skill and integrity she brings to complicated areas of law that are practiced here at the BPDA. She has been an important voice in the organizational reforms that have been adopted over the past several years. Her work has helped to make a more inclusive agency that better engages all of Boston's communities. She's been an important part of the transformation of the BPDA in the way it does its work on behalf of the people of Boston. So Renee's been the general counsel for 7 years. She's served in the office of general counsel for 20 years, and before that, she worked for 2 years at the city assessor's office. She was raised in San Francisco. She went to UCal Berkeley. She migrated east to go to Boston College Law School. And after law school, this Californian became thoroughly enmeshed in the life of Boston City Hall and in the life of the city of Boston for more than 2 decades. Every permitting action by this board is the culmination of months of community process and negotiation, and it's ultimately given life through the legal instruments created by Renee and her team in the Office of General Counsel. During her tenure alone as General Counsel, this permitting work, these legal instruments, have meant the creation of thousands of affordable, income-restricted units of housing, tens of thousands of jobs for the people of Boston. Over 140,000 jobs have resulted from the permitting activity of this board and this agency in the past 8 years. More than $45 million for job training programs through commercial linkage, open space, resiliency measures, and 100 million square feet of permitted construction and all the good that brings for the people of this city. More than $400 million in new property taxes has been produced for the city in just the past 8 years from the development that has been built and the permitting work that has been done by Renee and her team. That's a big piece. $400 million in the past 8 years is a big piece of the city's $3.5 billion operating budget. So much of what we do here is to harness market forces, to tame market forces, to ensure that important social goods are delivered for all. Where private profit is going to be made in development, Renee and her team enable us to use appropriate regulatory power, appropriate regulatory devices to ensure that development delivers valuable outcomes for people all along the city's socioeconomic spectrum in every neighborhood. Again, this means jobs for Bostonians, affordable housing, workforce training for thousands of individuals per year. We harness the market to deliver for all Bostonians in all these fronts, and the devices that Renee creates and her staff are important means of accomplishing these ends. She creates the regulatory devices that makes big things happen for all Bostonians. She makes sure we do this work correctly, fairly, effectively, with a focus on transparency and a focus on equity. Renee LaFave has played an important role in creating modern Boston, one of the great cities of the world. The city is a better place because of her time here. We thank her and wish her and her beautiful boy, Simon, much happiness in the world beyond Boston City Hall. She's going over to become Chief Legal Officer of the PRIM, the Pension Reserves Investment Management Board, which invests state pension funds. So on behalf of all of us, thank you, Renee. We're going to miss you. We've been so grateful for the opportunity to work with you closely for so many years. Happy holidays to all of you. Happy holidays to the board. Happy holidays to the BPDA staff and all the people of Boston. I look forward to seeing you in the new year. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brian. And congratulations, Renee, and thank you for those 22 years, 20 plus of them. I was on the ZBA and the BRA, so from the industry that I come from, we very much appreciate all your work and the countless hours of work and wages and benefits that people received due to some of your work, so thank you. Is there a motion to accept the director's report and to adjourn?
I move we adjourn this meeting, and I want to say thank you to Renee and happy holidays to everybody.
Thank you, Carol.
And I'll second that.
Ted, motion made and seconded. All those in favor for the roll call? Ms. Downs?
Aye.
I vote in favor. Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
Both motions pass, and thank you very much. Have a good night, everyone. Thank you, Brian, and hope everyone has a good Christmas, New Year, and holiday season. Thank you.